Hello. 1 second. There we go. It has been busy for a number of reasons. Welcome in, by the way, Fighting Max and Ash. I know I said hi in the chat, but I wanted to say hi voice to ear, or voice to voice. Hope all is well for everyone. Yes, I am doing pretty well. Things are busy. It's just kind of one of those things. Doing pretty well myself. Nice. I screwed up my headphone wire earlier today. Now the only way to play audio correctly is if I spin it around in my headset and hope. Oh, I'm sorry. Luckily, headphone cables, I don't know if it's the same. So, for example, in my case right now, I'm using Sennheiser HD. I don't remember the number, but anyway, HD XX I think is actually what it is. But headphones, and they actually have a specific connector that goes to each ear cup. But most headphones, I think, use an 1/8" TRS cable, 1/8 to 1/8 or 1/8 to 1/8 TRS cable. Luckily, I think you can get those at just a Walmart for, I think they're like $6 for a 6-foot cable or something like that. May not even be that much. I think it's a specific cable, but I might be able to find another one like it. Oh, okay. Okay, hopefully, if it is, then it's not too hard to find. I know a lot of the other ones that I use, unless they're integrated in, are 1/8 TRS cables, but on mine these are. I don't use a headphone. It's because my microphone is separate. I don't use headphones with a. I'll only do it if it completely gives up on me. That's fair. That's a good way to be, I think. If you can find a way to repair it, then it's always better than trying to replace it immediately. Always repair before replacement, if you can do it. Repair it until it cannot be repaired anymore. I agree with that. I don't use any like gaming style headphones with the microphones on them, and so because of that, I'm thankful. But because of that, I usually use the ones that just are standard. I can get you plug this in. Like I have a set of Beats by Dre headphones, and it just uses an 1/8 TRS, and it was like, okay, we're going to make the connector standard, but the connector is also remarkably thin, so you can't just buy any TRS cable because most of the time that connector base is too thick. People are getting really silly about this kind of stuff, I think. But I use Sennheiser for the most part. That's my favorite. Sennheiser HD XX, I believe, is this particular one. I like German, when it comes to audio stuff, just for the fun of it, because I love talking audio. I love German audio. Microphones and German microphones and German headphones are my favorite. And the two brands that I almost always kick up are Neumann for microphone and AKG for both microphone and headphone. And then for headphone, it's either AKG or Sennheiser. So, I use the Neumann TLM 103, and then the other microphones that I have set up around here, and I've done for some other interviews, are AKG C214. So, I like German, but there's some really good other, there's a really good English one out there too called Astro, and they're super, super nice. I found a band called Electric Callboy, and I'm addicted. Their videos have some really great humor, and their music is a weird combination of metal, pop, dance, and heavy scream. Ooh. It sounds like modern day, I don't know if you would know this band or not, maybe, but Gwar. It sounds like modern day, potentially not quite as edgy, let's say. Speaking of German, Electric Callboy are German. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's pretty cool. The only German band that I'm remarkably acutely familiar with is my dad likes Gwar. Well, your dad has good tastes. Your dad has good. They're funny. They're definitely mature. They're definitely, again, I'm not going to recommend them for everybody. They're definitely a lot more abrasive, but they are funny. That's where he got his username from? Oh my goodness. That's, what is he, Odorous Arungus? Or did he just, By the way, Odorous Arungus was the name of one of the bandmates. The names of these guys were hilarious. No, Gwar and some number. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, Gwar is funny. Gwar is very funny. And they're very, very performative. They were incredibly performative. Like they would always go, and they would go all out. These huge sets, and the huge, like, they've got the great sense of humor, but it's, again, very mature humor too. So I haven't listened to, that would be something. They're incredibly mature humor in a lot of cases, I'll say. So I'm going to say I love them, and they're hilarious, and they're fantastic, but at the same time, they are incredibly abrasive. If that's not your style, then, you know, they've been around since the mid 80s, I think, but they're hilarious. I don't mind that. Okay, yeah. If you don't mind that, then yeah. I mean, when I say, I'm not talking about some foul language. I'm not talking about some dropping F-bombs. That's there. I'm talking about some really, really messed up stuff. They had this one. I won't describe it terribly, just because it's hard to describe firstly, but like the entire stage, we'll just say it this way, the entire stage and the way that they entered and played around with things was basically an anatomically exaggerated set. It was pretty funny. The band that I mentioned earlier, are really catchy. They have heavy screaming verses, and they go back into most. I'll have to check them out. When it comes to German bands, obviously, I think one of the most popular, and one I've been a huge fan of for years, for decades, in fact, at this point, Rammstein. I love Rammstein. Though I remember back when Mindtile was coming out and watching the Mindtile live with. The lead singer coming out with these giant flamethrower claw things on his arm, and then every time he says Mind Title, just shooting those, and it was great. Very, very good. Yeah, I love Rammstein. I am a huge. My favorite. Mind Title was not my favorite of them. It was. It might have been one of my favorite albums, but it wasn't my favorite. It wasn't my favorite song on that one. Videos are funny. They rarely make me laugh, but they rarely, things rarely make me laugh now, but they're really stupid. Oh, that's good. I like Rammstein, but Du hast is the only one. Oh, and that one's a really good. That came out in the late 90s, I think. I may have to shut the window. I have the window open because it's decently warm in this room, especially because of that, and we have some wind blowing, so it's warm, right? But it's not. So if things get too rough in the background, you hear the wind too much, let me know. I'll shut it. Rise was, I think, my favorite album of theirs. And that one came out, I think it came out in like 05 or something like that. But anyway, 04, 05, something like that. But anyway, it was that was probably one of my absolute favorite albums from them. I really liked it. If you are a fan of Rammstein, Fighting Max, or you like what you've heard so far, because Du hast is incredibly. Like everybody loves that song, and I think it's great, and you kind of want to follow that. They had I think Rise is Mindtile was on Rise, right? They released it as a single, but I think it was on the Rise. Anyway, Mindtile is a great one. They did one called America, which is one I really like. Onadesh is really good if you're looking for something a little slower. They did one called they did one called Moscow, which was great. I mean, it's really, if I were going to recommend an album out of Rammstein, I would say Rise would be mine. I'm getting back into Metallica. Oh, that's good. That's always good. I like old Metallica. I wasn't a huge. Everybody who was saying Death Magnetic was really good. I like old Metallica. Anything Black Album or earlier. I do like the Black Album. I didn't care much about Load or Reload really, but. Stuff from the 80s, the Black Album, which I think happened in 91, and then Death Magnetic was okay, and I think it came out in like 08 maybe, something like that. I don't know, but I do like Metallica a lot. I'd love to play drums for a band like that. That's really cool. I think that would be a really good way to play. I mean, if you were going to play drums too, I think that would be personally, I think that'd be a really good one. Black Album is so good. I listened to that CD when I was really young. Everybody knows Enter Sandman from it. That's the one that everybody kind of got, and I was like, oh, this is... But the fun fact about it, at least is when I remember back when it was kind of coming, a lot of people were really critical of it. A lot of people didn't like... at least where I was, a lot of people didn't like it. and then it kind of came around. Enter Sandman grew on people, and then everybody's like, "Oh, that's not too bad." Which I think was good, but like it had a lot of good ones on there. I think I like Sad But True. I like The Unforgiven. That's not the one where they came out. I think they came out with I can't remember what the other one was. No, the Black Album was Wherever I May Roam, which I thought I like. So Nothing Else Matters was one I think that was on the Black Album. So there were a lot of really good songs that I think came on the Black Album, but I also understand why people weren't huge fans, because you've got like 5 or 6 songs of Wolf and Man I thought I liked. A lot of people didn't. And then they did an album. They had a thing where they came out with they called it S&M, which is obviously double meaning, but they came out and they did basically the songs off of the Black Album with the San Francisco Symphony Orchestra. And it's San Francisco Symphony Orchestra and Metallica. That was the S&M part, but of course S&M means something else too. And a lot of people didn't like that, but I actually kind of I don't like Hetfield's voice as much on that, because he tries to kind of sing more than he does his normal hybrid scream sing kind of thing. But the music is just top tier. So Metallica's '89 Seattle show is insane. Yeah, absolutely. That is you I think picked probably the pinnacle Metallica. With that, I would agree with you. I really miss drums and some other instruments. I still play. I don't play as much as I used to. I don't play drums, of course. I'm not a percussionist. Well, I guess I am technically. I play piano. That's a percussion instrument. It's a string percussion instrument. And I play guitar, both acoustic and electric, because it's the same thing either way. I still play on occasion, but I need to play more. I just haven't had time to dedicate to music as recently. I don't do it intending to go anywhere with it. It's just catharsis for me, and I haven't had a ton of time to do it recently, which is a bit of a shame, because I really do enjoy it. I just had weird deja vu. I was talking about deja vu yesterday with somebody that I was working with, and that was kind of the thing they were talking about. There was a theory they had on that. I'm curious, what was the deja vu that happened? Wherever I May Roam is such a good Egyptian-esque theme song. It does have got that kind of Middle Eastern-y kind of progression to them, to the song, which I like that. I can't remember what the it's a specific progression, or mode, I think it is. I don't know. I don't know if I can say what kind it is anymore. I can't think. I was trying to think of the mode or the Phrygian. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't quote me on that. I think it's the Phrygian scale. No, yeah, I don't know. I think it's Phrygian. If you're interested in those types of traditional, what we kind of affiliate with Middle Eastern / Egyptian specifically, I think it's Phrygian scale or Phrygian mode, one of those, but. It's where you use half steps. Da 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 da. So very, very nice. Another great song. I used to play along to that Seattle show on bass back in the day. Oh, that's a cool thing to do. I'm a sucker for Egyptian tones and other. Yeah, I think I could be wrong. I think it's the Phrygian scale. If my buddy Aaron ever jumped in at random, he's a master of music. I mean, that's what he does for a living, and he could correct me on that. He's actually who I have learned a lot of what I know about music, microphones, headphones, sound in general, and instrumentation. He's taught me a ton over the past 20 plus years. So, but I'm still learning. He would know. You talking about Metallica and the Black Album, or was the Deja Vu? Yeah. I was at the Deja Vu. I think the word you're looking for is Alucard. He's very Middle Eastern. He would be Carpathian. Little far off from the Middle East there. It'd be a little place between Hungary and Turkey, or old day Turkey. I just went and got a drink from my fridge. Phrygian, I don't think it's spelled with an F. I'm fairly certain it's spelled with a P. I think it's Phrydgian. No, not Hungary for Turkey. Hey, that's, honestly, I've never, as much as the history as I love of that area, I've never thought of that. I mean, obviously I know it's Hungary, but like, that's funny. I never thought to just put those two in there. They used to go to war. Yeah, I think it's spelled that way. Now I'm going to look it up. Where's my phone? There's my phone. All right. Phrygian. Yeah, Phrygian mode. I spelled it right. Is that the question I have is that, let me look up that. Is that the one I was thinking of? Egyptian. Yeah, the Phrygian dominant scale is used in, yeah, okay, all right. So I was on the right. It's present in Arabic and Egyptian music. Called Hijaz Nawand. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I was on the right path. I can't speak much deeper to this, but I guess I was in the right. I was in the right ballpark, and the Phrygian's dominant scale is C, D flat, E, F, G, A flat, B flat, and C. Yeah, yeah. Cool. That's really neat. All right, I'm glad I was able to remember that. It would have seemed silly. It is spelled that way. I looked. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you were just typing it down as I had said it, but I was trying to make sure also that it was the one I was thinking of, because I thought that was the scale that was used for that kind of quote unquote stereotypical Middle Eastern sound. That's just that kind of beautiful, and it was. It's nice. Alucard. He spelled it out. Fun fact: the ancient Phrygians were actually the creator of the fridge that we all use. That is not true. It's such a card. I was going to say that. He was like, oh, okay. I mean, yeah. I've also heard people. Again, I have a friend. Or not a friend, I'll say. It's an acquaintance. But anyway, they had a child, and his name is Alucard. But they're heavily putting emphasis on the U. So it's not Alucard as it should be. It's Alucard. Alucard. You actually say the Y part of the letter U. And I'm like, okay. I mean, it's fine. So over here in the UK, we call toilets the wibbly wobbly watered void. That would be, what an interesting thing that would be. It would take someone who was in dire straits, someone who needed to use the lavatory. It would take them more time to get out what they were looking for than it would to accidentally pass water in front of the person that they were asking. That's where he comes from. It sounds like a ride at a theater. It does sound like that. Oh, so I have to ask, there are a few people in Dire Straits. Yeah, it was a cool band, for sure. But Dire Straits also is in need of something specific. In need of something desperately, rather. How has everybody been? I've been away for 2 weeks. I apologize. And things are not getting less busy. I've just found a lull in it. I've got incredibly important and busy stuff occurring next week, specifically on Tuesday, and then I've got the week following, I believe, I'll be flying out of town. I'll be flying to a conference, and it's been ridiculous. End of year is always busy, and I'm curious, how has it been for you guys? Have these past couple of weeks that we've not gotten the opportunity to talk with, and really, how have they been? Things aren't good for me, but that's all I'll say, gotta be honest. And you and I have had the chance to talk, here and there, and so I understand. And I think, I'm hoping that there's some stuff that hopefully will get better for you sooner rather than later. And I won't betray anything else as well. a bit busy with general stuff, but otherwise good. I was really sad. I will say this completely candidly. I was really sad. I wanted to stream last weekend, because the whole reason I started the channel had basically come to a head this past week. And the whole reason I started the channel, and I talked about that, was back when there was this ridiculous divisiveness about the elections in 2016. So that was, 8 years ago. And so I started recording stuff for the channel. And during that time, it was August, obviously, so we still had time to go. And then this election was just so divisive, too. People were just being awful to everybody, one way or the other, and I was like, I hate this. So I wanted to try to hop on and stream. However, I was traveling and I didn't have anything to I didn't have a way to do it. So I was really disappointed that I wasn't able to kind of come back on and be like, look, let's take a break from all of this before tensions are at their highest. Let's take a break of all this and just enjoy being in company and talking, and then we can, if everybody wants to be, heavily opinionated and stressed out about it afterwards, that's okay too. But let's just take a moment to not be stressed out. I went to an event where they played Metallica on string instruments like the violin, the cello, and the viola. It was a quartet of people. Was it by chance? There's a group. Well, it wouldn't have been them. I was going to say there was a group. There used to be a big group. I don't know if they're still around. Called Apocalyptica, but I think they were all cello. And I think they did a Metallica album, or a tribute album. That is a really cool experience, though. That is very, very cool. I would love to go. I haven't gotten to go to a concert. I have to be careful. I have very, very sensitive everything. My sense of, there are 5 senses, and mine are very, very sensitive. My eyes are incredibly, they're full power. I can see everything. I've got 20/20 vision, but they're very light colored, and so because of that, I can't see very well during the daytime. Everything's washed out. Nighttime, perfect night vision, no problem. The same thing applies to my ears. My ears, I can hear a pin drop across a room. So going to concerts, I always have to have earplugs, and that's the only way that I can hear the concert like a normal person would, or at least like one would normally hear it, because otherwise I cannot understand or hear it just immediately. I could be in the back and the nosebleeds, and my ears are rupturing. I tried a year or two ago to go with my wife to one. And it just ear splitting. It was great music, but I had to put earbuds in because I couldn't. I've seen people melting down over the election and saying it's very, very much like it was in 2016. It's very, very much like it was, and that's what disappoints me so much. I'm not disappointed. I didn't like. I don't care. I'll say this out there. I've said this. I didn't like any of the candidates. Any of them. The closest one that I even liked out of all 4 of the major contenders is RFK Jr. And he's got some out there stuff too. Like, I'm not going to just write him a blank check, but I think he actually cares about people, and he's wanting to make people healthy. And I don't know if anyone's seen him, but like, he was talking about like all the additives in the foods that we have here that we're not supposed to, that other parts of the world don't have, and that he's true. He's right about that. I know that because we have those papers. But like, he's 70 years old, and that guy is absolutely stacked to the brim. I mean, he is just built. And I'm sitting there going, okay, this is a man who cares about health, so I can get behind that. But I didn't vote. I didn't like anybody. But at the end of the day, I said, whatever the people choose is what we'll go with. It's just what we have to. We have to do that. We have to move on. And people don't do that anymore. It's like, no, if you just go along with it, then you're a sheep. And I'm like, not really. I didn't want to vote. I thought that this wasn't a winning proposition for me either way. So whatever the American people want, I'll respect. We're not even a democracy, guys. We're a constitutional republic. So that's how it works anyway. Whether the people want it or don't, the Electoral College is going to choose. So it's like, let's see. It's just a local group. Oh, hold on. It's just a local group of people that do a variety of songs. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I have a question about America. You're welcome to ask. I don't know if I'm an expert enough to answer. Yeah. I just don't understand how Trump is this end of the world, it's all over president that so many claim. From outside perspective, I think there's a ton of exaggerated doom and gloom. Shall I run for prime minister? That's funny. It isn't. That's the thing. He's inflammatory. He says incredibly stupid stuff. He is a convicted felon. There are a lot of things I don't like about him that I absolutely detest. At the same time, he doesn't have the power to shut everything down as much as he wants it. Even if the Senate and the House are completely Republican, he doesn't have the power to do that. So while I think he's remarkably inflammatory and ridiculous, and the fact that we have a felon president is silly, he got voted in. Both the popular vote, so most of the American people who voted for him, and the Electoral College voted for him. I have to respect that. I didn't vote. I respect what the American people decided that they wanted and what the Electoral College decided, and we'll be okay. We'll survive. All right, we're individuals. We have the ability to do that. To believe that everything is doom and gloom at any point in time, in my opinion, just doesn't have any utility. But he does say some absolutely stupid stuff. I didn't like Harris because she couldn't answer questions that were really... I mean, she's not a felon, so I'll give her the credit for that. She was a prosecutor. There's good stuff there. She wasn't able to answer questions that were befitting of a high office. So you have one guy that's answering things inflammatorily and being silly and ridiculous and mean about everything, and then you have someone who can't answer questions at all. So what's worse, ineffectual or inflammatory? And my answer was, they're both terrible. I'm not going to... If you had either of these, if I were hiring and you had either of these people come up to me and said, look, you have to hire one of these, I would be like, nope. I'm not gonna. My word is, neither of these people deserve it. You can, if you want one of these people, you pick, and I'll go along with it. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to hire this person. That's what I would do. I've heard a lot of what he says. I don't think he's going to destroy America like the loonies claim. I also don't like him, for the record. He doesn't have the power to do it. I don't like him either, but he doesn't have the power to do it. It's nothing. It's nothing to worry. People are comparing him to Hitler. Now, yeah, that's silly. That has so much weight to it, it's unbearable, and people are just throwing that around about. Yeah, no, that's silly. That particular claim doesn't hold. That particular claim, again, I don't like him at all, but that claim holds about as much water as a bucket with no bottom. So I just want to stop thinking about it. It's not. I mean, it's not something. It's all over and done with. It's nothing to. There shouldn't be any stress. We shouldn't be stressed about it. It's just. It is what it is. I can understand that. I do genuinely believe that she's stupid, though. Hearing what her attempt to talk is baffling. Yeah, she just didn't. She just didn't do a lot of. You're quite. Yeah, I'm in Texas. How far is Florida from what part of Texas? Somebody, I'm gonna say something to you for this. This is was brought to my attention. I guess it was a social network. I don't really social network very much. My part of Texas, it's a couple of hours, it's several hours. I'm gonna say that, and it depends on what part of Florida I guess you're talking to, but it's probably. It's probably, well, yeah, I was gonna say, it depends. If you're going from edge to edge on that, but if you're in the majority of the center of Texas, it's probably about double that length. Yeah. So it depends. So this is the thing. Somebody said something the other day. It was an English person, and again, I'm not a big social network person. It was an English person though, and they said they were talking about some place that they were from, and somebody said somebody said something to the effect of, "Oh, is that close?" Like they said, "Oh, where are you from? Are you from England?" "Yeah, I'm from a place called da 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 da," whatever it was, and it was like, "Oh, is that close to London?" And the English person was like, "Oh no," and just kind of rolled their eyes. And another English person came. I know. Another English person came up and said, "Okay, I'm going to give some American. I'm going to give Americans credit here. I'm going to defend an American against an English person because where you live is roughly 2.5 hours away from London. But in Texas, you can start driving in Texas, drive for 12 hours, and still be in Texas." Right? And that's both east to west and north to south, right? So if you're driving from Brownsville to the tip top of Texas, wherever that's, I can't think of the name of it, but not Denton. Anyway, that's 12 hours. That's at least 12 hours, and you will never see anything except for Texas. That whole drive is just going to be Texas. From El Paso going towards Louisiana to the far end, you're going to be going about 12 hours as well. Let's see. About 700. Yeah, so from the center points of Texas, it just depends. I mean, from El Paso, like it's for most of the center points of Texas, it's between a 4 and 5 hour flight. It's about 1,500 miles. Amarillo? No, not Amarillo. I know where Amarillo is, but no, not Amarillo. Stereotypes are everywhere, but people outside of England usually do tend to think we're either posh like the Queen or like a hooligan skinhead with no in between. No, it's not a matter of that. It was more a matter of them being like, oh, it's not close to London because it's 2 hours away. Meanwhile, in Texas, 2 hours is that's a drop in the bucket, right? Because again, we could be driving for 12 hours still being in Texas. I think that I'm trying to think of the northernmost. It's it starts with a D, I think. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I know Texoma's pretty close to the very far north too. Yeah, I think it's. Let's see, I think it may be Texoma. There's another one though. I think it starts with a D. Let me look. I want to see if I can find it real quick. Dun. Let's see. Let's see. Dalhart, maybe? I think Dalhart may be the one I'm thinking of. Texoma or Dalhart, something like that. They're way up there. Amarillo's up there, but Amarillo's still kind of, I think, firmly in what they call the Panhandle, right? So, but welcome in, Banjo. I don't take questions, but let's just shut that down immediately. And thanks to Fighting Max for being such a good sport. As a non-American, what stereotypes about Americans have you heard? Tons. The gun-crazed redneck is the most stereotype. Yeah. Makes sense. And the slurring words, and that slurring words California woman type. Those seem to be the two most common. Our country does deserve to be made fun of a tiny bit, in our opinion. Why is that? I'm curious. Why do you feel like we should be made fun of? And it's a curiosity, by the way. I'm just curious. All countries do. None of us have at all. No, absolutely. I agree with that. But I'm curious. I was curious as to our, as the reason for his reason for us being someone who is inside, being critical of inside, which I think is good. Retro ignored my... What Florida answer? What happened? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I did miss that. I'm sorry. Me and my other half potentially be in Florida the later half of next year. No guarantees, not even remotely close to confirmation either, but we might. That would be awesome because around the later half of next year, depending on when, probably around November, I will also be in Florida for a conference. I'll be in Orlando. So if we happen to get to catch up and say hi in person, that would be fantastic. That would be so freaking cool. There's a hotel down in Orlando called the Gaylord Estates, which are incredibly nice hotel. I'm not a big fan of Florida because of the climate. Not very good for me, but very, very sunny. But beautiful hotel down there. And so I have conferences there in Orlando, so. There we go. So yeah, no, that's pretty awesome. He doesn't want to visit you? I can't believe you. Yeah, no, I just missed it. That's my fault. I think the USA has a bit of an ego as a country. No, that's fair. That's very fair. I was just curious. Hey, Omega, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. I've been so busy and away, and I haven't gotten to say hi, and I'm so sorry to everybody, by the way, for that. It's been insane. The end of year is remarkably busy. So, America's a simulation anyway. You guys aren't even real. That could be. No weird swinging though. No, I mean, I will be in Orlando, Florida at one of those hotels. I'm not saying that. It'll be for conference. I mean, the entirety of the hotel will be booked up. So there's not even that. That's not even an option. Omega. Let's see. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think we do have too much of an ego on us. I think we need to be, but I think that's something we got to do, not just as a country, as a people. Is we got to stop thinking we got all the any which way, unless we can prove it 100%. We got to stop thinking we have all the answers. We got to just start being. We can be proud of what we have, but we got to start being willing to listen to what other people have to say and seeing if we need to make adjustments based on that too. And that's both as a country and as ourselves. Like that's I'd love to tell you I'm right on everything, but if you bring more compelling point to me, then I need to be able to be willing to change and say, hey, you're right. I try to do that, and yeah, I try to do that. What do you mean swinging? That's funny. Retro's a good dancer. I wish I knew if I were. I don't know if I am. But yeah, I think that's the thing. I think that's a fair criticism, Fighting Max, as far as it goes. I mean, I think we have a lot to be proud of, but I also do agree with you that we get a little bit too full of ourselves. English people are superior. We're humble. We're the most non-competitive people. I swear, the most non-competitive. I thought there was another meaning to gate. No, that's an actual hotel. It's a beautiful, beautiful hotel down there in Florida. It's got like this open. How do I want to say? It's kind of got like this jungle-esque theme where there's a ton of plant life and these wooden bridges inside, and just walking in. It's this humongous arboreum inside, and they even have little animals, almost like a miniature zoo with little animals, sea life and amphibious life that are there. It's very, very, very cool. So again, Florida, I have no problem with the state on the whole. I mean, I personally wouldn't want to live there, but at the same time, it's like, eh. But the people have always been nice when I've gone down there, and that hotel is just really, really cool. He's always asking me to go to these Gaylord Estates. Too weird. Is there anything you want to tell us, Retro? I told you, I am not gay. No, there's nothing wrong with it. I just don't happen to be. I am married, happily married. But yeah, I say not that there would be anything wrong if I were, but I'm not. Oof. I hear the Gaylord Estates even have an aurora borealis. Is that real? I mean, I don't know if I saw that when I was there. We were in meetings from like 7 a.m. Last time I was there, we were in meetings from like 7 a.m. to like 11 p.m. And it was like, oof. So, he's not gay. His boyfriend on the other. What was somebody? Oh, that was a joke by, what's that comedian's name? Ron White. he made a joke about that, which I thought was pretty funny. It was self-deprecating, and it wasn't offensive. It was good. Oh, you have to forgive me. I'm not super up to date on The Simpsons. Sadly, that's my fault. I was gonna say if they do, because there are places. You probably knew this. There are places that inside have like the projectors that do the ceilings shows with Aurora Borealis. So I didn't know if that was the case, but he's bi. Cool. No, not really. But I mean, again, nothing there wouldn't be anything wrong with it. If I were, I just don't. I personally am not inclined that way, but Isn't Aurora Borealis a spell that geeks cast in Harry Pothead? No, the Aurora Borealis, the Aurora Borealis, those beautiful, beautiful lights that can be seen from certain states, particularly Alaska. But there are some other states that are able to witness, and other countries, in fact, that are able to witness it. Obviously, Canada would probably be among them because it's right there. Just these beautiful gases of purple and greens and blues that's cut through the sky in a very direct and concise pattern. It's something I would love to see, but from where I am, I cannot. It is very difficult. But I would absolutely love to see the Aurora Borealis in person. What movie? You downloaded the wrong movie. Okay, I mean, I don't. This conversation has gone way off track. I have no idea what's happening. Oh man. But yeah, that's the they have a couple. There's Fiona. She never knows what she's yelling at. We have. I guess I should announce this. Might as well. I think we all simultaneously came out as gay. Maybe, No. Make sure she's not actually barking at something that needs attention. Doesn't sound like she's. We have a side note for a second. We have a new addition to the animal family. It's me. I'm in your house. Oh, I like the moon there. I like the I like that. The Sorcerer's Stone. Well done. We have tell your dog I only want that copy of Clay Fighters. I will do that. I've offered to do that before too. Like say, if I have a duplicate or something, I will send it your way. I'm never opposed to that, but it's one of those things where you're always like, it's too much. I'm like, I don't mind. We have a new addition to the puppy family. As you probably or may not have known, I don't know if I talked about this. I think I did. We had 5 dogs, and we lost 2 of them. They were 16, 17 years old, respectively, and they were dachshunds, so they were basically at the end of life. And I would rather have money, thanks, man. I wasn't. If I have a duplicate of something, no. Anyway, yeah, it would be okay. But anyway, we had the. My wife was incredibly sad. She was incredibly sad. We'd lost them. One of them basically had died just of age-related causes, had just ended up dying of that. And then the other one, the 16-year-old actually died first. The 17-year-old, sad that his brother had finally passed, who had just basically been hanging on to take care of little brother, it seemed like, decided it was okay and it was his time to pass. And then he passed as well, I think 3 or 4 days later. It was 4 days later. So he basically, his life's purpose was to take care of little 16-year-old brother. When 16-year-old brother finally passed of age-related causes, 17-year-old brother says, okay, I can die peaceably now. And he passed as well. So we have their ashes in engraved boxes. We might be a little silly in that way, but we get very, very, I think a lot of people do. We get really attached to our animals, though, especially when you've had them for almost 20 years. You get really attached to them, and you really want to, I have the ashes of my cat that I had forever. That was a huge cat, by the way. This cat was like 30-something pounds. Gigantic cat, sweetest I've ever known, but it was literally the size of my this cat was literally larger than my daughter when she was a toddler, and then, obviously she's we're getting on teen years now, but anyway, this is a huge cat. And we just, when they pass away for whatever the reason, we keep the ashes, and they're in boxes, and the boxes have, they're engraved, and then we have paw prints and clay of them and stuff like that. I mean, we really do. It's just hard. We lost a cat of almost 20 years. It's just difficult. So, I love dogs. I never had one though. Yeah, that's our endearing character trait. 20 years is a minute. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's you get so attached, even if they can't talk to you, even if they can't speak, your language. The language that you spoke with them was just like they were telling you that they cared about you there too. And so that was kind of the case. But we now have a new addition to the animals. So we were down to 3 for a minute. We are now back up to 4. We're probably not going to go to 5 this time. But we have a baby pug named Biddy, Biddy. But we have a tiny pug now, and she is hilarious because she's about the size of a potato. She's 13, 14 weeks old, something like that. Anyway. So she'll get a little bit bigger. Pugs don't grow for as long as several of the other dog types. And she's got her little paws. A lot of times they tell you the paws or what are indicating how big they get. Her little paws are about the size of my thumb. So she is tiny. But her name is Biddy. And she's solid black. And she's just a little pug that is about the size of a little potato. And she gets excited. And then it's this little potato just running across the floor. So it's wonderful. Let me go back. I'm sorry. I think I've missed some. Or the Philosopher's Stone is people across the pond calling for someone. Y'all afraid of witchcraft or something? That was a big. I remember when that was such a big thing. Like there was a news show that I saw that was super against the Harry Potter movement. Was showing. I guess people were trying to conduct these spells of some sort, but. I might have to go quiet her to make sure she's okay, but quiet her. It's longer than 10 minutes, at least. 20 years is definitely longer than 10 minutes. And having pets for that long is just so nice. Hope your pets are living good lives. They are. They're good puppies. Like Fiona's a baby. She's big, but she's a baby. She's only about 1.5 years old right now. And she gets scared of everything. Now that having been said, she's not inclined to bite. Now if somebody came in and broke in, was attacking me, she'll absolutely tear them to shreds. But she gets scared of other things. She's skittish in that way. And it's so that's her. Like if the wind makes a weird noise, she'll bark like I'm gonna hurt you if you come back close to me, but it's the wind, Call him Ash. Oh, never mind. Or her. Oh, her. Yeah. No, you're all good. Your dog has me tell. She's so cute. I'll send a pic. Here, hold on. I'll send a picture of her. I'll put one in the Discord so everybody can see. She's just tiny. She's little Spud. That's not her name, but that's what she is. And she's the cutest. She's got this tiny little bark. She doesn't, she's tries to be as ferocious as she can, but she's not at all threatening. And let's do let's put that in general, I suppose. Yeah, see if I got a good little picture of her. Let's see. I guess that's about the best right there. And if anybody's curious, that is not me holding her. I do not have any tattoos. I would send you a picture of my dog, but I think my girlfriend would be mad if I try calling her a human and see how she reacts. A human? My girlfriend? She's AI. Yeah, there's a little picture. She's a sweetie. Yeah, I sent the it's in the Discord, the general Discord. Yes, that's my wife holding her. She's all cuddled up. Yeah, I put it in the general tab of the Discord, just if you wanted to see it. It's easy. I like the ability to get to talk and then tell you something and then get to show you the picture through the Discord, but it's like, eh. Oh, good. Yeah, that's her. She's just a little. She's pretty small. She's plumped up quite a bit, but she's pretty small. You can see her little paws right there aren't much bigger than a thumb, and that's, of course, my wife's have more delicate hands than I said my thumb, so it's a lot closer to my size. But you sent me the wrong picture. You're incredibly flattering, Ash. Is her name Anna? I forget. My wife's name is Anna. Yes. The puppy's name is Biddy, Biddy. But she's just a little. She's a new addition. She's just a little pug. Very, very sweet, very mild mannered. Just nice. You have a wife, but our picnics. Of course I have. I've had a wife for a great many years. I have I have an almost teenage daughter. So this is a picnic thing. But anyway, so we have a new addition to the family. Again, part of the checks and balances of life, right? Recently, everything has been incredibly busy. Again, I'm not going to go into detail, but just the world seems to have been on fire. At least America seems to have been on fire, and stress and yelling and screaming, and I've got work, and that is also affected by all of this. And so it's slowing down, balancing life, playing games, loving animal companions, doing all of that kind of good stuff. That's important. So I have had 2 weeks where I've not had a great ability to do that well. Now we can kind of do that because we kind of did that with the puppy, but traveling a lot. We took the puppy with us when we traveled. So now it's just slowing back down. There's still a lot to be done, but slowing back down, getting back into just having fun, just enjoying conversation, just enjoying, trying to not let everything just be on fire, but no matter what happens, I'll be okay. The way I always look at it is no matter what happens with anything whatsoever, is either I will be okay or I won't. All right, either I'll be okay, I'll survive, things will move on, or I'll have passed away and I won't know that things weren't okay. So either way, I'm okay. And that's the way that I look at things. So much for the gay hotels of lords, or whatever it's called, gay lord hotels. You can always move to England if things get too worse, God. I think I'll be all right. I think everything will be okay. I don't. I don't want this to sound bad. I just don't care. I don't care a lot about that kind of stuff. I've survived through a lot of bull. I'll continue to survive through a lot of it. It's what life is. I'll be okay. Not a lot of stuff to me is worth panicking. So, did he die? Is the stream on? Stream buffered for a bit. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened there. Am I alive, God? Is that you? I can hear you. You sound like Retro. Wouldn't it be interesting if God had so anticlimactic a voice as to sound like me? That would be funny. No, my point was just all good now. Apology accepted. Well, thank you. My point was just I don't stress. I don't care. Retro is God. It would be neat to be a god, I think. I hope God sounds like me. If he does, he'll be much more approachable, I suppose. I think you have that. It was buffering. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the voice you hear before you die. Well, I hope then that at least, if that is what happens, that it is a comforting voice. I think it would be wonderful. I don't know if it's possible, but I think it would be wonderful to be. Some people believe in gods, some people don't. I don't think either person has a great amount of credence either which way. I personally am inclined to believe that there are gods. But I understand where, I have members of my family who believe completely opposite, and I think, hey, yeah, that's fair. But it would be cool, I think, if it were possible to ascend to godhood in a way that is not a, perfect, omniscient, omnipotent, but just kind of like, hey, you've decided that you've decided to learn as many lessons as possible, and you've decided to become a better person apectically, and so now you're starting to become a guide for the other people that lives a little bit longer and is a little bit older and wiser. I was like, oh, okay, that'd be neat. I don't know if that's the case, but I think that's a cool concept. What was the biting fingernails guy for? Did I say something silly? And after. Do you like Breath of the Wild? Yes, God. Nice. I still think we're all actually dying worms attached to computers. No God, could be. That would be called an elder. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I guess so. In the concept of some of the mythology specifically, and the one that I particularly enjoy, which is Norse, right? The gods are not. They're not immortal, but they live for thousands of years. So it is an elder, but it's an elder well beyond. I just threw him into the chat. He's kind of adorable. I like him. I didn't know if I'd said something silly. An elder god. Yeah, exactly. There you go. There's also a really interesting, and I think this is really cool, there's an interesting book by Neil Gaiman called American Gods, where it states that there are gods basically created based on what people are focusing on, worshiping, offering additional necessity to. And I think that's a really interesting concept that be the case. But it's the idea of someone or something that lives beyond the natural human lifespan as an experienced older person who carries the wisdom of centuries or millennia with them, as opposed to the wisdom of a century, right? Most of my family lives to be about a century old. That's a lot of wisdom. Imagine if we could double that. That's kind of cool. Again, I'm not dogmatic, so if you disagree and think that it's a simulation or you're atheistic, that's cool too. I don't think anyone has the answers but the dead. That's my personal opinion. It's just fun to opine. Mortal Kombat or Mario Kart, excuse me, they both have elder gods. Mario Kart has elder gods? What did I miss? I've missed something. Neil Gaiman is running thing. It's not spelled that way. It's Gaiman. He wrote the Sandman, and he's written a lot of really good. He wrote the Sandman, which is my favorite. I've never seen. They put a show out. I've never seen it, but I did read the books, which I quite like, or the graphic novels or whatever, which I quite like. I think those are really neat. And then the audiobooks are great because he does it. And then he also wrote one called Norse Mythology, which I was a big fan of. I've been a big fan of the Norse myth and credos for a long time. So it was fun to hear his take on it. And then American Gods, which my buddy Dylan got me into, and if he ever sees this, a huge thank you to him for that. He wrote one called, I think, Neverwhere, which I think is a really cool title. I mean, he's really good he wrote Good Omens. Him and Terry, was it Terry Pratchett? Or Pratchett, I think is how you say the name. But anyway, they wrote this book called Good Omens, which I also heard has been made into a show. I've not seen, but just really, really cool. He writes a lot. I like him as an author a lot. He's one of my favorites. MK means Mortal Kombat. True friends of mine don't think of that car racing mediocrity. I love Mario Kart. Yeah, I do too. Mario Kart's really fun. He wrote not Enter Sandman, The Sandman. Lars will be on it. Oh, you're referring to the Napster bad commercials from way back when? Those were funny. Those were funny. But yeah, it was the kind of idea of in the American Gods thing. It's called American Gods, but the idea is it stands for Marinara Canine. That sounds like a mess I would not want to clean up. that sounds like a whole bunch of mess I wouldn't want to clean up. But I think it's cool. I think it's fun to speculate. I don't know why why it should be a taboo subject. I know it is one. I'm going to close this window down a little bit. I think the wind may be getting a little extreme. I don't understand why it's such a taboo subject, except for with dogma. I think a lot of people don't like to talk about it because a lot of people hold it really near and dear, and it's like, you need to agree with me because of this or that or the other. I'm not that way. I think it's really fun to just kind of talk about it in general. I mean, like, and I don't know. Shut that window. You never know who will get in. You never know who will get me. I'll get in. You would really have to fit. I have only left it open the just tightest sliver, so it would be very difficult for anybody to get in. I mean, even a very, very slender person would have trouble. But I just didn't want the wind to be too distracting. But I don't know. I like to talk about that kind of stuff. I like to talk about anything. I think that's one of the big pieces of this whole segment, so to speak. This whole just chatting, beginning, ending thing is it's nice to be able to talk about things. No topic being really off limits. Of course, if it's just blatantly awful, if it's just blatantly to be rude to somebody, mean to somebody, then obviously I'm not going to condone that. But just talk about anything pretty well without being off limits, with respect, and to show that you can talk about all kinds of things respectfully and not have a. Not everybody have a meltdown about whatever it is. Doesn't matter if it's religion or politics, because there's no reason to scream at each other about any of those. I can't think of either of those things being important enough to scream at each other about. I think that there are plenty of reasons that people might disagree, and I'm okay with all of those, but I think it's nice to have that ability to just talk about things and then go, oh, okay, that's interesting, and then walk away. And that's what I try to condone and promote. That's what I'm trying to condone and promote, is to have those types of conversations or talk openly about what you feel and be like, oh, okay. And I think a good example of that, Fighting Max had his opinion about, America being made fun of a little bit. And I was just curious. Like, I'm not going to get uber patriotic and go, what you did? It's just, hey, I'm interested. Gave a good reason. I think, oh, cool. Hey, fantastic reason. And we move on. I want to promote that. It does not happen enough. It doesn't happen in a lot, and it's not just that. Obviously, video games are highly contentious right now. There's a whole slew of drama in the video game industry right now about several things, from Dragon Age: The Veilguard to Brothership right now. I mean, it's just like, why can we not talk about these things and just not be angry about this? I still think you should stream sitting by a fire with a cigar. I don't smoke. I mean, I can hold one, I suppose. Why stop there? Why not go into the fire? It takes care of the cigar problem. That's true. It does. It does indeed. It would be nice. It would be nice to have one of those types of streams where I'm just sitting by a fire and holding a pipe, never smoking it. Looking as if I'm reading from a book, but then instead talking to you like I'm talking to you now. I'd need a good microphone that would be kind of invisible, though, because I think that would just have a microphone. Like right now, I'm in a room where the microphone is, 6 inches from my face, basically, and that might ruin the ambiance of the fireplace, being by the fireplace. I'd have to find like I'd have to have my shotgun mic or something, and I don't know if I'd sound as rich and full as I do being closer to the mic, but I like that. I think this is the and again, I want to be very, very There's that. I heard about that. I wonder if it is the magnetic one, the circular magnetic one from what was it, Holly? Was it a Hollyhark or something like that? But they did say it was really good. I thought about doing that. I would want to see what it would sound like on my voice, but I think that's probably a good idea. That might be a way to go. I think it was a company called Hollyhark or something similar to that. And I think it's only like $150 for a set of 2 magnetic clips, and it supposedly has a really good range. I saw a review on it, so that might be the move. But yeah, the idea is just to. The idea of this is just to open forum and talk about that kind of stuff. Like, that was the thing that I think. Again, we've talked the politics and religion part. Let's go to the game part for a second here. Even the game industries have been just absolutely ridiculous about games recently. There's this huge division right now. I want to be very clear about this. I am a huge Dragon Age fan. I've been a huge Dragon Age fan since 2009 when Dragon Age came out. I have all of them except for the Veilguard. I don't have that one. But I have all of the other ones, all the way up to Inquisition, all the way back to Origins. Played it all the way through, passed it, played Awakening, played 2, played Inquisition, which I think is great. Have the strategy guides with this. Have the special edition strategy guide for the first one with all the signatures of the developers in it, which was really cool. And then they made Veilguard, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm hearing really good things, good reviews about it. And then I get a warning that, hey, maybe you should, take a look at it a little deeper. And I'm like, okay, well, let's take a look, right? Just how could that hurt, right? The games are more expensive than they used to be. I think when I bought Origins, it was $50. Now games are $70. Let me take a look. And I take a look at it, and I'm like, okay, the combat looks pretty solid. The graphics are actually not too bad. And then I hear the dialogue, and I'm like, oh, but yeah, the story doesn't feel right. And I'm like, they had this part where they were like, it's just very, like, if I want to hear dialogue, I want to hear dialogue about the kingdoms, the story, the back. Like, again, I've been playing Witcher 3 a ton. I'm in Hearts of Stone right now. There's a ton of dialogue in that game. Ton of dialogue. But it all goes to the story. It all contributes to the story. So I'm talking to Olgierd, and there are like 10 options. And, I'd go do all 10 options because it's just really, really cool. But then Veilguard, I was listening to something. It's so clunky, and so it doesn't go to the story. And it's just, oh my goodness. As always, I think it's really nice to just talk about whatever we want. We can joke around with people. It's rare to find both a streamer that does it and a chat that will go along with it. It is very difficult to do that. And I want to be very clear. It isn't me. It isn't me at all that makes, and I've said this before, and I stand by this. It isn't me at all that makes this space special. It's you guys. I could sit here and just go along with it and it'd be fine. But you guys being able to exist with differences of opinion and all of that with me, with each other, that's the cool part about it. So I want to be very, very clear to your commentary that it is not me who makes this special. It is you who make this special. Retro used to ban the chat for disagreeing with him. It was a weird time. That was just you. I just banned you. I ain't touching Veilguard. I don't want to support their direction. I ban Max. I'm offended. It's what makes me special. I'm offended you're offended. Oh, all of us. Yeah. All right. Let's be fair. I mean, you guys, and let's talk about for a second. Let's go off on that for just a second, right, Ash? You guys, the 4 horsemen, right, that I've had, Omega Ace too, if you're still here by chance, Vidi obviously, and Thumb Bros. You guys have been around for a long time. I know you all come from completely. I'm not going to betray exactly where. That's your guys' business, but I know you all come from very, very different places. All of you disagree, agree, otherwise, and you guys have all been absolutely amazing. And just, you talk like adults, you have opinions, you have strong opinions even, you get along. I've gotten to talk several times with several of you on Discord conversations and phone conversations, via text, via chat. And it's just, and some of you even about having very long, very deep conversations, which has been really interesting, on highly contentious stuff, including, by the way, politics in one case, religion in one case. And we just had a great conversation and just talked. Nobody was angry with each other. We disagreed on things, but nobody was upset with the other. It was just like, hey, this is cool. I'm having a conversation with an adult as an adult. I love that. I think that's what I want. I don't need people to agree with me. I just want to have the ability to talk with people about it and learn from them. I love it. I absolutely love it. So all of you have been great. The Four Horsemen, again, you guys have been with me and friends and helped take care of things for years now. And I really, really appreciate that. And then, of course, to Fighting Max, to Banjo, and the newer people that have come in. Thank you guys so much for being so awesome and mature and adult about all of this, too. I really appreciate it. Ash has molded me into one of him, and I don't know how to feel about it. That's funny. We were Four Horsemen, that Australian. He does too. He shows up later though, because it's early. It's super early where he is. You are now superior, Max. You're welcome. Now go drink tea. You didn't specify tea with biscuits. You're not a real... Oh, he's superior now. You've given him too much power, Ash. He has called you out for your Americanization of yourself. I'm definitely English because gee, okay, I didn't know that was a part of. I didn't know that was a part of it. Welcome in, Omega. And you could be lurking. I just wanted to give a huge, I wanted to give a huge thank you to all of you guys who have been here for so long, just talking about random stuff and having differences of opinion and disagreeing and all of that, and yet still being willing to say what it is and get along. It's so awesome. It's super awesome. That's what I'm talking about. That's my thing. I can't speak for everybody else, but for me, that it's such a rare skill and such a rare thing to find with people that are of so many different viewpoints and opinions and from so many different geographies. It's so hard to find people that are willing to have conversations and then be polite to each other, even in disagreement, and still come together and talk. And I think that's awesome. So you're no small part of that, Omega. That's why I wanted to make sure I say that. It's super cool. It's really, really nice. I very much appreciate it. But yeah. Yeah, to the conversation of real quick, to the thing with the Veil Guard, that was the dialogue is clunky. I don't mind. Again, it's got themes, and I think a lot of people are upset with some of the themes that are in it. There's a lot of identity themes in it, and my personal opinion, just for a second, in real life, obviously, those are big themes, and there's a plethora of ways to address them. Obviously, that's not something we should shrug off, right? In a video game, though, that has magic, the problem that we have today with that is we don't have magic, right? We can't just snap our fingers and change the reality of everything. And this is a world where you can snap your fingers and conjure fire, and you can snap your fingers and change the shapeshift or whatever. This is the world that the world of magic. This is the world you live in. In where we are in real life, it's very difficult. It's a very difficult process. It's all, so I'm just sitting there going, I don't know that should have probably been, I don't know that this was probably the most effective place to insert that. But, it's not, if it's just a part of it, it's not obtrusive. But then there were a lot of stops along the way that I was shown that really dwell on it. And I'm like, okay, I just want to talk about the kingdoms and stuff. I really, I think, again, my favorite, I've gone as a CD Projekt Red advocate for a long time. I remain one. Cyberpunk does a really good job about that. You make whatever character you want, shaped whatever way you want, identified whatever way you want, and then go. But the whole game feels like most of the game is, 99% of the game feels like it's just a game for you. I love that. I wish I could sorry. I wish I could find the energy to interact with my friends more. I'll always be around. It's all right. I mean, I get it. It's tiring too. You have, matter of fact, I saw it. You have, what is it, 1,300 now? Am I wrong? Hold on. 1,300, I think it was. I saw the stamp. I think that was what I saw, but it's like 1,300 followers. I got the notification. I was like, I put a like on it. So, you've got a lot of people. You've got a lot of people. It's so hard to do that. And that's, I want to be very, very clear. And I've said this before, and I want this is still as true today as when I started saying it back then. This is, there's no expectation for you to reach, like, I'm not going, if you can't come in and visit, and we can't visit for whatever, for like months and months, and then all of a sudden we get to say, it's okay. You're not any less important. You're not any less a friend. You're good. You're good. Like, that's not what this is about. That's not what, like, I don't have a quota on local friends where it's like, if we don't have a conversation every 5 days, then all of a sudden you're like that. It's just like, it's one of those things where, like, do what you can. Don't stretch yourself thin. You've got a family, man. Like, take care of yourself. Take care of your mental health. Be with your family. If you get a chance, you pop in, you want to say hi, come talk. You can always message me. You can always come in and talk. If you need something, you need some support, let me know. If you can't, you're there taking care of the family, building on yourself, do that. Do what's good for you. I don't know why we've started to put so many, this is recently too, I would say within the past 10 years, we started to put so many qualifications in what it means to be this certain thing. You know, oh, we've got internet, there's no excuses anymore. Same thing with work, right? Oh, there's no excuse, you should always be able to answer your phone. Well, yeah, but what if I don't want to? What if I'm off that day and I don't want to answer my phone? Right? This whole no excuses because there's additional technology isn't a thing. We should all be making sure that we're taking care of ourselves, taking care of our families, and then when we get a chance to reach out to friends and be a part of it, we do that. And I think the other side of that is we just make sure that as good friends, we're always here, ready and happy to have a conversation. And hey, maybe sometimes we reach out and take some initiative ourselves too, right? I've been busy also. I've been all over the place. So, like, you're good, man. Huge congratulations. You're awesome. It's good. It's all good. So, but yeah, congratulations on, yeah, he's got, I think it's 1.3. Okay. I could be wrong. I could have seen something else and misquoted that, but I'm pretty sure he has been growing like a wildfire. Yeah, 1.3K. And by the way, if you haven't already, he's well worth he's well worth giving a, I would recommend, obviously you take a look for your own taste, but he's well worth giving a like and subscribe to on his stuff. He's been doing I don't know how you say it, Chakan, I think is what it is. And I haven't had a chance to comment on him, but I played those games back for the Sega, and they're really cool. If you get a chance, anybody who's in here who isn't already familiar with him, check out Omega Ace Gaming, his channel. His stuff is really fun. It's what I love about it is it's, at least to me, maybe I'm wrong. It just seems like you get a recommendation and he's like, oh, that's cool, and he just plays. It's really cool, and it's just casual, set back, play, enjoy it. It's nice. So, if you get a chance, do take a look at his channel. By the way, it's down. His link is down. The link to his channel is in my description. So you're welcome to give it a click if you want to and check out his stuff. But I think he's been playing. I think it's Chakana he's been playing most recently. If I've missed one since then, Let me see if I missed one. No, it's okay. I think I saw it. It was good. Yeah, 1 point. Yeah, which is awesome. So, no worries. Of course, that's what I'm saying. It's all good. This is all good, man. Finished Chakan on the Genesis and the Game Gear. I haven't played the Game Gear version. I saw your playthrough of the Game Gear version, which I thought was really cool. I hadn't played that one, but I played the. I did play the Sega one. I am not good enough to get past it, but I always did think it was the coolest. I say I'm not good enough to get past it. I didn't have the patience to get past it. There's some stuff in there that's kind of felt cheap, and I got frustrated too quickly. But I always thought it was really cool looking, and I thought that the thing that drew me to him is the character design, this like Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving. super different. It looked, I mean, it didn't look bad, honestly. It honestly did not look bad. I thought it would looked a lot more compressed. It was pretty solid. It's definitely not Genesis level graphics, but it was really, really cool. It's a super cool game. I mentioned this. I just got, so I usually, when I've done my Sega Genesis, or my Sega games, right, Genesis 32X, whatever, I have a Sega CDX. That's what I've been playing all my stuff on. And it's kind of finicky. It's kind of staticky and such. I just picked up, it was for like $20, or I think it was $23. But anyway, from a friend of mine who owns a retro shop, I picked up a Mega Retron HD. It's Retron's take on the HD console, HD version of a Genesis / Mega Drive. It has a 16:9:4:3 aspect ratio hardware switch, which is really cool. So it forces aspect ratio on any of the games, and it also has a region switch on the bottom for JU and E. So I can play games we didn't get over here. And I've run it through a battery of tests now. It is the cool, like, if you can find one for like $20, this is the coolest little way to play it. I mean, if you're emulating, go ahead and emulate. This particular thing also actually takes the original controllers, and the controller it comes with is a really solid 6-button controller. It's really nice. So yeah, I think I'm going to start using it to capture my Genesis. As much as I love my 32X, or my CDX, excuse me, this thing is super cool. And I get to feel like I get to use the original hardware. It's really close. As far as video content goes, I'll shamelessly self-promote the Belmont Hold series. 1-minute videos about cast. Oh, absolutely. Okay, I'll put that on there. This is perfectly good. Ban cell. Yes, Belmont Hold is some of my favorite stuff that you do. It is. They're the shorts. I want to be very, very clear with everybody here. I'm not usually a fan of shorts. I don't like short form content. It's just, it goes too quick for me in a lot of cases. But I do watch every Belmont Hold video. I do watch every Belmont Hold video because here's the thing that's so cool about this. Okay, like there are a ton of channels out there. There are a ton of channels out there that'll talk about the Castlevania games, whatever. Omega picks a specific monster from the bestiary, or a specific he will pick a specific creature or character from the bestiary, or he'll pick a specific character from the heroes lineup, or he'll pick a specific character from the villains lineup, and he goes into the origin of the character, like if they have additional so for example, like Carmilla was originally a character from Le Fanu in a book that came out just before Dracula, in fact, by the way, of a female lesbian vampiress, which is it's a sweet story too, by the way. I quite like the book, but and he goes into the details of all of that. He goes into the details of each of the members of the bestiary. It's super, super cool. So if nothing else, and I would recommend more than this, of course, but if nothing else, do check out the Belmont Hold, because it is, and it doesn't feel rapid fire, like it doesn't. What is the TikTok thing where it's just one after the other? It's concise. He has music to it. He's got visual aid to it, site reference. It's great. I love it. That is one of my. I wanted to do something very similar, but the opposite. And I was sitting there going, "There's just no way I could do." I was going to do something that was. It was basically Dracula's library. It wasn't the Belmont Hold. It was the Dracula library, where it's, and it's in character of Dracula, of from whence he summoned these particular. And then the Belmont Hold came out, and I was like, "No, this is so much better than mine. This is so much better than mine." Right. No, I was giving an example. I didn't want to do one that you. I didn't want to do one that you had done because I didn't want to spoil somebody watching that one. I'm sorry. I wanted them to watch the one that came to mind were, can I say Fred Astaire and Paul Abdul? But I didn't want to ruin one. I was trying to think of one I didn't remember you having done just because, but yeah. Video get millions of views. I actually never put that together. Wait till you find out what dog is back. It's retro. Hey, that's a good reference there too. That would have been cool. You did it so much better, though. You did it so much better than I could have. I just kind of, when I saw yours, I just kind of, it was like, no, he's doing it better. But I wanted to do it in character. I wanted to do it where it was Dracula's. It was basically Dracula's library. It wasn't necessarily a library, but it was his. It was his. I couldn't think of the library is the word that came up to it, but it was another thing. But the idea was that I would try to do the voice of the Dracula character and talk about from whence I had summoned these things or whatever. But then it was like, how am I going to make that work? I could never figure out how to fit it together. Then you come up with a Belmont Hold. Completely independently. We hadn't even talked about it, and you come up with a Belmont Hold, and you do it completely. It's just so much better than I could have. So I was just like, this is what I couldn't do a better job. So but they're super cool. They're I don't mean not to demean any of the other content. They are my favorite thing that you've done or that you do on your channel. Even though I love all the other stuff, it's really good. So that's no spoilers. I haven't played. Have you not played Castlevania? Are you kidding me? You've not played Castlevania 2? That's a fun one. If you're gonna play, it's dead serious though. I know you're making a joke there, but if you are gonna play Simon's Quest, I do recommend the Almighty Guru's version. It is absolutely superior. Should be a character in the what? Did you just decide to put Castlevania backwards in a way that, what is that? Naval Stack? AI Naval Stack. What an interesting way that happened to be backwards. Artificial intelligence belly button stack, I guess. All right, I might go work on some videos now. See y'all. Have a good one. Enjoy your stream. Hey, thanks, Fighting Max, for being here, and I appreciate all of the conversation, the frivolity. I like that I've opened it up in the beginning, and I like that everyone's kind of come and talk and everything like that. So I really appreciate you for being here and a part of those. It's definitely a passion project for me. I'm aiming to make at least 100 of them now. You've got plenty of material, but like what I get so impressed about is that you go back, like, I like to believe, independent of Castlevania, I like to believe that I'm decently well read on mythologies and such, right? Those types of things. I like those esotericisms. I'm a huge fan of the actual history of the man who inspired Dracula, Vlad Tepes III. I'm a huge fan of him. I've got several of these kind of like autobiographies. I've been reading his content on this for decades, and you still find things in all of them that I didn't realize. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, really? Like some of them I didn't know at all. And so it's really, it's so cool. It's my favorite thing that you do on there. Again, I love all of it, but it's so nice. That's not it's Simon. Nanai? Wait, wouldn't that be Namais or Namis? It was nice to meet you, friend. Yeah. Later, Max. Enjoy your tea. It should be. It should. Oh. Wait a minute. You're right. It should be AI Naval TAC. The T and the S got switched. You're right. That's, hey, well done for, I didn't pick that out. Well done for picking out an accidental spell. I didn't, yeah. Running late for, oh, no worries. It was no checking. No worries. I appreciate you for stopping in, saying hi, and talking with us for a little bit. I started opening up the beginnings of the streams for about an hour or two just to talk with people. So I really appreciate you for coming and talking with everybody. Have a great day. Have a great lunch. Enjoy everything. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. That was really nice. Really, really cool. I love getting to talk about this. I love just opening up the forum to talk with everybody. About, again, it doesn't happen enough. It doesn't happen enough with anything. Just the ability, the skill to talk with people on things and disagree and still talk is really, I don't know. It's so nice and so refreshing to see so many awesome and intelligent people coming together and doing it in a non-obtrusive way. Is Banjo still in here with his arms folding, waiting to speak some influential words and wisdom? Probably. I would have no doubt. He's definitely been a lifesaver in some of these previous games. I don't know. I don't know if he is or isn't, but. I don't know what Fiona's doing. But it's really, really nice. And again, I was talking about the gaming industry thing. I was talking about Veilguard. I was talking about Brothership. But like, it's just so much. There's in cinema in general too. It's just there's so much divisiveness. Everybody's upset. Everybody's angry. Everybody's there was it was cinema that was the acolyte, right? That was the divisiveness. Now the critics are giving it great scores, and the audience are giving it terrible scores. And gaming, the Veilguard, well, these groups are giving it phenomenal scores, and these groups are giving it terrible scores. And it's just like, nobody can come together and be like, look, let's just tell the truth. And then people come and disagree with that. I don't get it. I'm here, I'm just letting the audio play while I do other things. Hey, no worries. No worries at all. I wonder what Trump's favorite game. I have no idea. I can tell you one of the things I do find funny. There's this. There are a couple of channels out there that do it. I don't remember which one I had listened to, but they take presidents, former and elect, and whatever, or candidates, and they put AI voices to them and have them play like Call of Duty, and it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It is fun to listen to. It doesn't matter who you do or don't support in that. It's really, really funny to listen to them try to play Call of Duty, and you just hear, you'll hear Trump, you wish you could do this, and then you'll have Obama go, well, I just did that, and you can't do any better. And I'm like, like, they played Mario 64 on this one, and it makes fun of all of them equally, and I think that's brilliant. I love it. My issue with Veilguard is a blatant bot ticking. It's 100% there. Just make it good. Yeah, so there's the scene that's really floated around a lot, and I've watched more of it, more of the other scenes, just because I wanted to see if that was really representative of the whole. And it seems like it kind of is, maybe not. I remember, like, one of the big things in Dragon Age Origins, they put a lot of work into Dragon Age. This is back when BioWare, I think this was before BioWare was entirely enveloped by EA. Originally, BioWare was. I want to be very clear. I love BioWare, old BioWare. Like they're the ones that made KOTOR 1, which is my favorite game of all time. The Mass Effect games, which were written by Drew Karpyshyn, one of my favorite authors as well. Just really, really well done. And then Dragon Age Origins, which was again really, really well done. 2009, so it comes out a couple of years after Mass Effect 1, which is 2007, I think. They put so much effort into this game. I mean, the game isn't perfect and pretty. Like, if you take a look at it by today's standards, graphically, it's not the best. It doesn't matter to me. It still looks great. They put passing conversation. It plays very similar to KOTOR. It's a little bit different with some of the more visible cooldown elements. It's definitely more orientated towards the PC group. But it plays really well on console, and I have it on both PC and on console. And but they're like, when you would hit somebody, the blood, the gore stayed on the people for a while. The music was incredible. Even the strategy guide, again, I have the strategy guide for it, the collector's edition one, and it's got the kind of older fashioned kind of matte finished paper to it. They gave it this like aging. There are the signatures of the development team and the inside cover. I mean, it's just really cool. They put so much TLC into it, and the story's really good. You care about the characters. There are romances you can have, and this was one of the very first. This is kind of not the very first, but this is one of the more widespread versions of being able to go ahead and have relationships, same-sex relationships inside of the game, and it wasn't heavy-handed. It was just a thing you could do. If you were a male character, you could try to romance Morgan, which I think is probably what most people did if they were in that particular camp. But if you were of the other persuasion, you could also attempt to romance Alistair, and that could you be successful. It wasn't heavy-handed. It was really well done, because in the game, no matter which direction you go, you're deciding. You have to kind of go through the romance and go through the conversation and learn more about them and become vulnerable. It's really, really well written, no matter which way you go. And in the Veilguard one, the scene that's become most prevalent is the quote, and I'm going to put it in quotes, pulling a barv scene. And what happens in that scene is basically one of the ladies is talking. She accidentally misgenders the character, and then says, oh, shoot, now I've got to go do 10 push-ups. She gives this ridiculous out-of-pocket explanation as to why they call it pulling a barv. Right, which you didn't even have to do. You could literally just say, I made a mistake, and I've made a habit of giving 10 push-ups every time I make a mistake, right? So it's not even a matter of saying, oh, I misgendered somebody. It's a matter of the clunky dialogue explaining why she's doing the 10 push-ups. It's like, why didn't you just say, I've tried to condition myself, every time I make a mistake, I do 10 push-ups, then I remember that mistake and try not to have to do the 10 push-ups again. Oh, okay, that's easy. They have another section where, of course, you can become a transgendered individual, and it opens additional dialogue options, and it's about coping with it. And I think that's okay. Again, that's fine. I'm okay with it. I get that in real life, that's a thing. There's a lot that goes into it in real life. There's hormone therapy and social stigmas that happen, and surgeries that occur, and it's very, very difficult in real life for people who genuinely feel that way. But in a world of magic where you can snap your fingers and change the shape of your body physically, change the chemistry of your body physically, I don't understand why it would be as big of a problem in that world. And so that was a bit wonky to me. And again, you're playing a real life game that's trying to simulate real life. It's like, okay, well, you throw that in as a theme and you can play it and write it. Well, sure, whatever, that's fine. But when you're in a game where the world is magic, the world literally can change in accordance with a magician or a magic user's will or whim. And you could either be the magic user who does it or go to a magic user who will do it. And nobody will know the difference because it actually does, it changes you chemically even. I mean, it's magic. It inexplicably makes you different. I don't understand why it would be as big of a problem. So, it's really heavy-handed on that. It really is, from what I've seen. And I'm disappointed. I'm not disappointed that they did it. I'm disappointed that if they were going to do it, they did not do so tastefully. They did not do so well. I have no problem with the issue. I just have problems with people who do a very poor job of addressing the issue. If Prey 2 announced tomorrow, if Prey 2 was announced tomorrow, I wouldn't really be excited. I know it's not the same Arcane that it was. I can be cautiously optimistic for it, though. Yeah, that's true. I love Arcane, the old Arcane studio, though. As a matter of fact, I realized this. I didn't know this. I just barely realized it. If you have Amazon Prime, which I do, you go to primegaming.com. I guess they're partnered up with GOG. And you get like a ton of free. You get like 6 or I think in the past like 2 weeks, I think I've gotten like 12 free games. 6 or 8 of those have been with GOG, so I get to keep them forever, even if I leave Prime. And one of them that they gave me was like Dishonored Complete Edition, and I'm like, I love that game. It's short and sweet and beautiful. I love it. So anyway, you have Prime by chance, go check that out. They do give you a ton of free games on. Epic Games gives you like 2, I think, a month or something like that. But GOG is giving like 6 or 8 out, and you get to keep them when you're done. So I'm just like, I went on a huge GOG buying spree recently though too, because they just like the Hitman games are down to like 97 cents a piece. Tomb Raider's like 75 cents a piece for each of those. There are a couple of horror games that were on sale. A couple of retro style games that were on sale. I think I spent like $25 and got like 30 or something, 35 games. I'm not unhappy about that. Sorry, I was adjusting my seating. The character she misgenders is abysmal, by the way. One of the most dislikable characters I've ever seen. Yeah, that was kind of... It's that the Abby thing from Last of Us 2. You know, what I don't... Why do you have to make the character who's disenfranchised so awful? Like, this is a real problem. If you have people that feel that way, that feel like... that have a gender dysphoria or something, why wouldn't you make them why wouldn't you try to make them a compassionate character and ally them and make them endearing? Because if you don't, then people are definitely not going to attach to them or care about what their problems are. So it's a matter of the writing being worse. It's not a matter of this not being, whatever. It's a matter of the writers I don't believe, just as writers, not specific to this issue, were not particularly skilled. Again, we got Mass Effect by one of the master writers of our time, Drew Karpyshyn, who wrote, by the way, Darth Bane's the Darth Bane trilogy, which is one of the best, considered to be the best trilogy in Star Wars, even over the Thrawn trilogy, by Timothy Zahn, which is amazing. Who wrote Mass Effect? I could be wrong, but I believe he wrote the first Dragon Age as well. He's just, I know he wrote a healthy part of KOTOR as well. He's just a brilliant author. You can address those types of issues with good writing. I dropped Dragon Age Origins when early in game I met the NPC who was offering a side quest where my options were, I can't help right now and I'll help once I buy. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I can respect that. I think that was an EA thing, but I understand. I'm with you there. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the original one, but I can respect it. I bought the original one when it came out. I don't know if I ran into that particular part, but then they came out with Awakening separate on disc, and I was like, okay. And I think I bought the Awakening disc for like $8, so I wasn't too terribly unhappy. But it was the early day of when we were learning that the full games were no longer going to be on the discs. Right now, by the way, speaking of which, Metro on Xbox, the Metro trilogy, the whole of the trilogy, including the DLC, is like $9 American right now. Just a side note, if anybody doesn't already have those, that's a pretty freaking good deal. But like that, anybody who's unfamiliar, by the way, Metro is also based on a book book series by Dmitry Glukovsky, who's awesome, really good author as well. Same situation. As good as the games are, Metro are great games. The whole of the game isn't there. You still have the DLC. You still have to get the DLC. So I wish we would start putting the entire freaking game on. Okay, again, Witcher, I'm okay with, because the Hearts of Stone and the Blood and Wine DLC is completely separate. You feel like you get everything out of Witcher, and then you just feel like that's just more for you. It doesn't weave it in, but yeah, I'm with you there, Banjo. I think that's completely fair. They're not doing it. They're not doing it to write a good story. They're doing it because those are things that they are fascinated with. Those things are. Hold on. They're doing it because they are those things. They are those things and are fascinated with self-inserts. Nowadays, self-inserts are just everywhere, and it's by dislikable people. Yeah, you don't need to be a self-insert. The only person that needs to be a self-insert is the player character, if you want to make it that way. But that's not even necessarily true, because again, we play games like Cyberpunk where we can be the self-insert character, but we also play Witcher where we are Geralt of Rivia. He is a character well established. You're him. Congratulations. There is no insert. You are him. You can insert some of your choices into what he does, but it's still him. And nobody thinks any less of that. Same thing with Horizon, right? You're Aloy. That's it. You don't get to be you. You get to be Aloy. She's cool. She's an awesome character. I like the Horizon games a lot. Tomb Raider. You're Lara Croft. You're not you. Nobody seems to care. You don't always need to be a self-insert. Even the player character doesn't need to be a self-insert all the time. Sometimes it's just enough to play awesome games. And Lara Croft and Tomb Raider are a good example of that. Let's see. If you're a black trans man and you're a lead writer for a game and write the main character as a trans black man, okay, why? Are you telling a good story or preaching to me how victimized you are? And that does happen. Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, like, I'm not saying that people don't get, excuse me, I'm not saying that people don't get victimized. Obviously, that's the case. Obviously, when you go against a social norm in one way or another, and this is true for anybody, by the way, it's not just true for that particular group. It's not just true for racial groups. It's not just true for sexual identities. It's also true for people. Everybody is disenfranchised in one way or another somehow. As far as I'm aware, there is no group who has never been disenfranchised or treated poorly. And I know a lot of people will push a narrative in one direction or the other. Oh, well, no, this group never has been. No, this group never seems to be. No, this group never. That's bull. Everybody has been a victim, has been a part of a problem, has been, treated poorly. And why we continue to dwell on that as opposed to try and make things better by bridging those gaps, I'll never understand. Why we consistently want to talk about the bad in our life over trying to create good circumstances to talk about, I don't get. I've had awful things happen in my life. I've lived a tough life. It's a lot nicer now, but it was very tough. So what? I don't need you guys to feel sorry for me because that part of my life is over. I need you guys to do what's going to be best to bring you up from the parts of your life that are difficult. And I need you to understand that I have had experiences that may allow me to have some insight if you would like a shoulder to lean on, or I can also just be quiet and listen. Or I can, more likely, I can talk with you about those types of things. Like that's the thing. It's a support system. It's not a listen to me cry for 5 minutes and you don't say anything. It's a support system. Let's talk about the good things. Let's talk about, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think being a victim is a particularly, it's not a medal I want to wear. Whether it's true or isn't true isn't relevant. It's not something I want to wear, personally. I'm telling you, and I genuinely believe this, the reasons that these characters are horrible because they're self-inserts. These people are writing themselves, and the self-insert is from a bad person, or is an awful person, yes. Drew is working on Exodus. Oh, all right, nice. Would you like to hear my girlfriend's quote when I showed her your dog? Yes, I would love to hear that. I read the other. I was going to read the other one after it. Where so what? And I was like, okay, well, that was a really passive comment, but all right, well. So what is something we should be? Well, so what is something that should be? That's the thing. Is like I don't need. The world is so filled. Oh, well, good. I'm glad she likes her. She's a cute little puppy. Yeah, you want to hear my girlfriend's quote when I showed her your dog? So what? Okay. So what? Big whoop. Want to fight about it? That kind of thing. But anyway, so what is a big deal? It's a great comment because it's not that we don't care. It's that we've moved past that. The thing about it is the world is filled to the brim with chaos and anger and hatred. Okay, it is. It's not all that. It's not even maybe most of that, but it is a lot. There is a lot of that. There's undoubtedly a lot of that. There's also civility and composure and decorum, and there are all kinds of in-betweens, okay? So whenever we decide that we want to bring to the mind, to the forefront of your mind, the worst possible things, we are embodying the worst possible things. We are becoming the worst possible things because we're perpetuating the awful. All right? So instead of doing that, what we should, I think, endeavor to do, and again, this is my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, is we should remember the lessons we learned from those experiences and just try to move on. Now, do we need to be optimistic or pessimistic? It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. We need to try to move on, learn those lessons, try to move on in the way that is best and most positive for us. And, like you and I, again, we have a conversation. Let's say it is about something highly contentious, religion, politics, identity, okay? We start talking about that. You and I have a disagreement. You decide to be awful to me. It's like I'm the one that's talking about the identity. It doesn't matter. You're not the entirety of, I'm going to walk away and have another conversation, and that's another opportunity for a good thing to happen. So I'm going to put my best foot forward there. I'm not saying that people don't get beaten down, and I think that that's awful. I just think that we should stop dwelling on the terrible and try and start treating things as an opportunity to be better or move forward. Exactly. They take it as I don't care when it's not. It's not I don't care. Like if somebody comes, it's not. It's here. The thing about it is, if you come to me and you're leading with your identity. I want to say something really interesting about identity. Okay, identity is what. This is going to suck for some people, but your identity is what is derived about you when you leave the room. So if I walk into a room and I do all of this conversation, dog and pony, whatever, and then I leave, what those people say about me when I'm not even there to help steer the conversation, that's going to be my identity, whether I like it or not. That's my identity. How they view me, what they think I am, all of that is going to be what they think. Maybe I want to identify as an intelligent individual. I want to identify as an expert in a field, which, by the way, I'm not being sarcastic. I am being serious. But if I leave and people say, well, that was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard, whether I wish I could or couldn't identify in that way isn't my identity. The fact that they thought that I was stupid, that is my identity. And I have no control over that except for to try and work harder on getting closer to the expert part of it, is my point. It's kind of like telling a man who is colorblind. I think I've said this before, but kind of like telling a man, let's say a man is monochromously colorblind, monochromously meaning all shades of gray and white and black, but nothing else. If I try to tell that man that the sky is blue, there is no way, no science, nothing else out there that will actually prove to a man who cannot perceive the color blue that the sky is blue. To him, always the sky will be gray. Neither of us, by our own perceptions, are wrong, and neither of us will be able to convince the other person that that's the case, objectively, right? Because I'll blame it on his colorblindness, and he'll blame probably it on his colorblindness as well, but he'll state, I can't do anything about that. So it's just like, why even have that conversation, right? Why even have that conversation? You know, maybe we try to, and you can't describe what blue is to him either. How do you describe blue to a man who's never seen it? Right? So there's no point. That's not a fruitful conversation to have, is that the sky is blue or grass is green with a colorblind man. And it's not that the colorblind man's not less intelligent for it. It's just there's no point. He can't see that color. You can't describe it to him. So does that mean that you can't get along because you have a fundamental disagreement on something that to you are both objectively correct and yet different? I don't think so. I think you can be friends just fine. Maybe I'm wrong. It's possible, and I'm happy to be proven wrong if that's the case, and adjust my thoughts. But that's what I believe, personally. I also think that the game industry is genuinely infected and in a terrible state. It needs a refresh. Whether it's media, developers, writing themselves, AAA, all of it. Going specifically to the game part of it, absolutely. The game companies have lost sight. Gaming has always been about making money. Let's not delude ourselves for a moment and think that that's not the case. But there was at least at some point a cross where people thought that the way to make the most amount of money was to make the product that was the most fun. And I think that that's the truth, right? We usually would see that. I think we would probably see this mostly with Nintendo. And I think probably mostly, honestly, still some today. I think the remnants of them have not rotted off just yet. Of their old model have not rotted away just yet. But the Super Nintendo era, the Nintendo 64 era, the original Nintendo era was pretty cool, but it was experimental. The Super Nintendo era, the Nintendo 64 era, and the Wii era, I think, are the apex or pinnacles of finding out that it was good to try and promote fun games that were simple, that didn't have a ton of story, a ton of issue. And that was how they were making money. I mean, take a look at some of the biggest Nintendo hits that are still around, by the way, to this day, that didn't have any story whatsoever, and you still enjoyed it, right? Super Mario World is an incredibly loose premise of basically a princess being captured. There's not a great amount of story or detail in it. It's a lot of ridiculous. It's an Italian plumber in a random magical land of a princess who doesn't, we don't know anything about. Kirby, there's no story whatsoever on that except for, like, there's a bad guy who came here. We don't know why or how. Really. I mean, it's just space or whatever. Kirby's still around, still super fun. And then you have those that do have story, but the story is incredibly well thought out. And again, not directly from Nintendo in most of these cases, but we're looking at things like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy, Secret of Mana was a really good one. Earthbound is a really good one. Earthbound, of course, is, but what I'm getting at is, it was just about how, I do know why she's barking this time. I heard that. So, that's what the idea is. That's the thing. I'm glad you said that, by the way, because some people look at companies like they're evil for making money. That's a business. They have to make money. It's such a weird mindset to be against. Yeah, I'm not against making money. What I am against is I'm against making money despite. I'm against trying to make money and give nothing in return, right? I'm against you walking into a grocery store, paying $100 and walking out with nothing, okay? So when it comes to game ownership, I'm against spending money on games that I don't own. And I love the fact that the state of California has required Steam to put a banner up letting you know you don't own these games. You're purchasing a license that can be revoked at any time. And I love that GOG shot back at them and were like, maybe we should put a banner on ours. And their banner does, and they did put a banner up. And their banner basically says, you are buying our offline installers, so it doesn't matter if you're out of Wi-Fi or a zombie apocalypse occurs. So long as you've got our offline installer, you have that game. Like, I love the fact that competition is happening now, and that people are feeling the companies are feeling the pressure that they cannot, advertise that you own games that you can't own anymore. You can't say buy to own if you don't own it. You can say I'm buying a license. The state of California, I'll give them heavy kudos on that. Way to go for pushing that through. People need to be able to own their products. The products need to be made to help the people have fun and escape. It is an escapist hobby. And you need to be okay with that. I'm sorry. Companies, right? Companies, you need to be okay with that. But if you can be okay with selling a good product that we can own, we will be happy to help you make money by giving you ours. Even at $70 a pop, by the way, which is ridiculous, but $70 a pop is what a game is on average now. If you will make a good game and let us own that game, again, we're not talking about distribution rights. We're not talking about the right to make a copy and sell it to other people at $10 a pop or whatever. We're talking about own the game so that we can play it whenever we want to, whether you like it or don't. Maybe not online, but offline. We will happily pay $70 to you every time because you're focusing on what's making us happy. We're going to focus on what makes you wealthy. But if you can't do that, then no, I don't have any interest whatsoever in helping you accomplish anything. I will jump through hoops away from you. I would sooner, if you're going to be that way, I would sooner pirate your game and pay you nothing and do it completely against the rules than give you a single dime because you have decided you want to try and bankrupt me of the quality and the ownership. Then I would be happy to bankrupt you of the money. I have no problem with that. And I don't care what people look at it differently or whatever. That's just my opinion, right? But it's why I don't understand brand loyalty. They do not care about you. They will attempt to get money from you, and then they try to extract even more. They don't care about you. Again, I don't necessarily know that anybody cares about anybody specifically, but it is difficult. For me, again, and I'm not talking about brand loyalty. I'm talking about just in terms of hostility. Let's look at it let's escalate that just a little bit, right? Let's blow it up 30,000 feet. I talked about GOG versus Steam. Maybe GOG doesn't care anything about me. Probably very true, right? I doubt any one of them go to bed and think anything about me, right? However, I will be loyal to them because on the whole, they are making it so that you can own a game. And that is very friendly. That is consumer friendly. Steam, I am against. I am actually buying I'm going through my Steam library and buying all of the Steam titles that I can on GOG, and I'm not adding additional purchases to my Steam library. I am owning anything that I own on Steam. I am buying again on GOG, and I'm happy to give GOG that money, by the way. I don't care if I have to pay again. I'm okay giving them that money. That's why I'm brand loyal in that regard. They are allowing me to actually own my game. I can put the installer on a flash drive. Whether they care about me or not, I want to incentivize consumer friendly practices. And so that's where brand loyalty comes in, right? That's where brand loyalty comes in for me, is whether this little Polish team cares about me or not, I want to incentivize customer-friendly practices. I want to disincentivize customer-hostile practices. And that's where I think brand loyalty comes in generally. I think people think that they take it personally. I think they think that people care about them. But even if it's not the case, I think that we have to incentivize good business practices by giving our money in that direction, disincentivize bad business practices by keeping our money away from that. So that's why, in my case, brand loyalty to GOG, which is probably the only company so far that I can say I own that I give any loyalty to, and I'm happy about that. Voting with your wallet is exactly. Voting with your wallet because because talking on Twitter won't change the mind of Nintendo's heart. No, that's exactly what, and that's what I'm talking about when it comes to brand loyalty. Also, I don't think there's any use for any just talking about it. I don't think that makes any sense at all. Do it. You have to put action behind it. That's what I think with. But that's where the brand loyalty comes from, for me. It's why I won't be buying Veilguard. I don't want to support the reasoning and pandering that it's clearly there. It doesn't mean I don't have a problem with it. Yeah, I probably will buy it. I won't buy it new because that gives the money to BioWare, and I don't want to incentivize that. I will probably buy it when it goes heavily on bargain from a local business, because all of the money that I pay to that local business will, like, so I have a friend that owns a records and retro gaming shop. If I buy Veilguard from him secondhand, then he gets all of that money, and I will be buying a game that I don't care all that much about for a cheaper price to check it out, and all of that money will go to him. None of it goes to BioWare, none of it goes to EA. So I'm okay with that. That's the way that I usually do it. I have a random PC question in a bit too. Sure, what you got? You're welcome to ask. That's why I'm so much on the brick and mortar portion of stores too, is because if I can support a local business, that I buy bad games from local businesses, because if I don't like the game, if I buy a game I don't like or don't think I'm going to like, I'm automatically giving that money to a local business that I do support. They didn't have anything to do with it, so I'll buy Veilguard from them down here. And I spend less money. Everybody wins. I spend less money. BioWare, EA doesn't get my money. The local business does get my money. Helps them stay in business for longer. That's the way I do it. But I'll eventually get it. I imagine that the price will drop pretty quickly, because as I understand it, the Veilguard, people who have been metricing Veilguard playthroughs have shown I think it's dropped almost entirely, which is really crazy. There was a decent spike, and I think it dropped pretty drastically. So I'll get it eventually, but I don't even have the PC, but I used to like The Sims, the original. Is there any way I can buy that nowadays, or is it the case that of the physical version? It is a physical version. It is a physical version thing. I do believe you can purchase it digitally. I don't think, and I know you can. I know for a fact you can play it digitally without purchase. I'll see if I can find it. I'm not saying you should necessarily, but I will say. Let's see if I can find it. Everybody's playing The Sims 4 right now. Yeah. Looks like you can... Oh, shoot. Yeah, it looks like that there's a game website called oldgamesdownload.com. It looks like The Sims, for what I can see, has been discontinued. I know they did a remake of The Sims 2 and some of the DLC for that, which is legally, all of that good stuff. You can buy it from Steam, which, again, I don't encourage, but whatever you want to do is fine. You won't own it if you buy it in Steam. But there's a website called oldgamesdownload.com, and you should be able to find it there. It's kind of like myabandonware.com, which is one of my favorite sites for games that have lost their licensing over the years, where you can actually go and play them for free because there is no licensing that makes them where they can really charge you for it any longer. Deathgate's on that, which is a really, really cool point-and-click adventure game. And I think Shannara is on there, Shannara, however you say it. But anyway, I think that's on there as well. But you should be able to actually go and download it. It looks like in that case it's been discontinued, so it looks like you could go to download it there and be okay, play it. Sometimes I really want to create an alternative for game coverage, and then others I just don't care. I like the idea of it. The thing I think that most heartily combats it is just playing the games, enjoying it, recording those reactions, and then going. It's kind of the reason I've gone live in this now. I am working obviously on that long form stuff we've talked about, and it's going to take a while for me to come up with it and be happy with it and tweak it and all that good stuff. But I do care very much about it. I do want to see the gaming industry do better. I want people to stop being biased and start playing games and having fun with them. There are always going to be biases. I want to be very clear. There are always going to be biases. I want people to stop being biased in a direction that is socially acceptable and start being biased in a way that is acceptable by a gamer playing a game experience, having a game experience. Like, if I go into a game and I say, oh, it doesn't have any of our social issues that we should be discussing, that doesn't matter. That's not the objective of video gaming. That is the objective of social platforms, peaceful protests, awareness groups, things of that nature. But when it comes to gaming, the objective is to escape our problems, and so that's what I want to do. I want to talk about that kind of stuff. So that's why I really do. That's why I started doing the live stuff, so we can talk about it. Like, I'm playing the game candidly right here. You getting my reaction first-handed. It's, you know. I might buy an old PC. I don't care about the games on the platform. I would just play Command & Conquer, The Sims, Unreal Tournament, and so on. Yeah, that's a great idea. But let's say I do buy a physical copy of The Sims. I can just put that on the PC and play, right? If I have the disk drive, I literally haven't used a PC in almost 2 decades. Ideally, yes, you should be able to. Be careful, because a lot of those old ones had like serial keys. If a serial key had been used, they would. Some of the old games had copy protection, which is fine. You would just need to make sure you bought the thing complete, or you could find a PDF. But in the case of the early 2000s, serial keys became really popular. And if a serial key's already been used, even purchasing the physical disc will not allow you to play it. You'd have to have a generated serial key. So going to an old website like My Abandonware will bypass that for you, because it doesn't have a license available anymore. There's no license to continuously sell it. And so it usually has a crack or a bypass in there that'll prevent you from being stopped and playing it, even if you don't have a serial key. But let's say I do. So, yeah. Hey, Viddy, how are you doing? Sing to the tune of Jumping Jack Flash. I don't know what the song is, but it's all right. Retro Room live stream is a gas. Nice. Well, I appreciate it. We've been kind of enjoying the chill of conversation, just talking about gaming and gaming industry right now. This is a fine Sunday morning instead of Monday morning. I thought it might be nice. I've got some really important stuff coming up at the beginning of the week. Monday is going to be somewhat busy. Tuesday is going to be insane. And so I wanted to kind of do this a little bit earlier. My wife's away doing some stuff, so it's not losing time with her, that kind of stuff. So I hope it's nice, because now you're getting to enjoy it on a weekend as well, as opposed to having to go into your Monday morning that way. The Sims has such a weird and unique thing about it. The Sims 4 is a shell of its form. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, websites that I highly promote this if you're at all a retro gamer. I've gushed about GOG for a long time, but let me give you, like, if you're not wanting to spend money on some of these old games and you want to find a legal way to play some of them again, the best way to do it is myabandonware.com. Most of the games that are on myabandonware.com have, their licenses have expired. They aren't being sold anywhere at all any longer, and so you can usually go and find a copy of a game that isn't being sold anywhere and play it there. If you want someone that still have a license, obviously I'm going to say go to GOG. I'm going to say go buy from GOG. Help those guys, because they're very, very big. They have been for a long time, but they're huge advocates for, again, I don't think they care about me. I don't know if they care about you, but as far as their practices go, they're huge advocates for owning your games. They're huge advocates for not having DRM all over the place. Can you sing like how the Rolling Stones sound retro in chat? I doubt very highly I can, no. I don't exactly have a very pleasant voice, both in singing and in speaking. But if I had to say that one was more pleasant than the other, then certainly it would be my speaking voice, as my singing voice is likely just a lot of the speaking voice with some semblance of melody. I just got out of bed only a few minutes ago. Well, good morning. Good morning. If that counts. It can definitely, it definitely can count. But yeah, that's the idea. As far as the brand loyalty conversation, as far as the abandonware conversation, playing games, my abandonware is pretty good. I'm going to take a look really quickly. I just want to see if it's on my abandonware really quick. Boop ba-doop. Oh, well, it would help if I spelled it right, wouldn't it? I have no idea how I accidentally... Okay. We'll do it like that. Yeah. So let me look and see if Sims is there. But yeah, there are a ton of games that just when they're discontinued, when they're discontinued, they go to My Abandonware basically, and so you can play them on. And even newer games, by the way, do that. Like they've got Matrix Path of Neo on here for Windows. And I have Path of Neo, but it's on Xbox. So let's see, is Sims on here by chance? Sim Space, Sim Safari. Yeah, The Sims is on myabandonware.com. So Sims Complete Collection, in fact, is on. So you've got Sims. Hold on, let me look at this. I'm going to look the whole way through. Sims Complete Collection, Sims Deluxe Edition, The Sims 2, Sims 2 Nightlife, Sims 2 Holiday Party, University, Pets, Glamour, Open for Business. So yeah, it looks like all of that's on My Abandonware. Yeah, it looks like all of that's on My Abandonware. Now, I know that Sims 2 Remake, with some quality of life improvements and stuff, had relaunched, so those aren't going to be available here because they've relicensed, but the old original versions of it without the quality of life improvements are going to be available on My Abandonware, because I just looked at them, so they're all good. If that counts, oh man, the sort of, that sort of new film, Heretic. My wife is home, does that count? Do you like pie? Well, my wife has pie in the... You said that, and I thought of that stupid Stephen King movie, Thinner. I despise that movie. That is a terrible... Stephen King, you're better than that. Come on. I just miss the old days. I know it's cliche, but things are getting worse. Yeah, they definitely are not as good or as simple as they used to be. Or perhaps they're as bad as they've always been. Most likely they're as bad as they've always been, and we've become more aware of it because of our connectivity to the internet. But they're definitely not great. I really miss the simplicity of the old consoles and VHS. Me too. Which is why, it's why I'm a chronicler of retro gaming. Because I love so much about that, so... I randomly came across a video like, I played old games and realized modern gaming is mostly bad, or worse. Yeah, that's a pretty straightforward. I'm a huge advocate for retro gaming. And so that's kind of where my thing has been recently. Obviously, I've been collecting games for decades, but even with my GOG collection, I said I got 30. I think I spent like $20 or $25 and got 30 games or something. Most of those are retro games. Most of them are. Not all of them. But most of those are games that I miss from like the old DOS days. I love those two Matrix games. I did too. I know they weren't very good. Path of Neo was solid, more solid than the other one, Enter the Matrix, but I like it anyway. I thought the hacking cheat code mini game at the very beginning was really fun. That you could do if you wanted to find... You could unlock versus mode, but you had to hack in. It was really cool. I mean, it's funny that because Astro just released, and it's genuinely one of my favorite games of all time. There are exceptions, but older games are much better overall than today's games. The only thing I would add to that, and I agree with you, I think Astro looks like a phenomenal game. I still haven't come across it in the wild. I will pick it up when I do. But the only reason that I am... the only reason that I'm kind of... the only thing that I would say that would make it better is if they decided to go ahead and let you own the game, right? You still have to have an online connection just to play it. I would like them to put the entire game on the disc, give it to you. But apart from that, good game and ownership. Those are the two things that you should have. Give us a good game, let us own the game. Right? Give us a good game, put the whole game on the disc, or give us an offline installer, or make sure that we don't have to have an internet connection the whole time. You know, we can download it and do that, all that good stuff. That's what we need. It's not complicated. And if you will give us that, we will pay the right prices. We will pay you the money. Again, it's why I'm shifting completely from Steam to GOG. Exactly, there are a few gyms. Yeah. Hang on, a Stephen King film or a book? I misheard. Thinner is a movie. And it's not a good one. It's I would say one of the worst ones he's ever done. Stephen King has politics, brain rot, love his books. So everybody, almost everybody that was in, most celebrities nowadays have political brain rot. They don't understand half of politics in general, and yet they endorse or give endorsements because of this. There were endorsements that were being given because candidates were female, because they were male, because they were a specific race. This is stupid. Quit advocating for people based on what they look like and start advocating for people based on what they say they can do or will do and the policies they bring to the table. Doesn't matter. Elections are over. I'm happy that it's done. I wasn't going to have it the way I wanted it any which way, so I'm happy to resign that and say, America, you chose. I support you. Either way, we'll be fine. Oh, okay. To be fair, I've only read The Shining, and I've seen a few films adapted from his books, including Carrie. Carrie's really good. It's pretty decent. The Shining, obviously, is great. The Stand is good. The Mist is fine. I mean, there are a lot. I was a big fan of Stephen King, but The Thinner is absolute and utter trash. I'm not necessarily well versed in politics brain rot, maybe for me, but somehow I became a celebrity. I wouldn't talk about it. The world would probably force me to talk. That's the thing about it. Nobody should do that. There were a ton of celebrities, again, coming out and endorsing different various candidates, and I think that's so stupid. Quit endorsing people and just be a celebrity. You're an entertainer. Your job is to entertain. Just do that. Nobody can, unless you can come up with this remarkably articulate speech about why this and that and the other is going to be best, and you really, really have convictions and proof behind it, then don't do that. I'm not advocating for anybody until I know what this is all about. And in my case, I knew what as much of it was about as I could, and I didn't advocate for either of them. I think they were both terrible. Again, I thought RFK Jr. was the best. He's a little bit out there. He's got some conspiracy stuff that I think is a little bit out there that I haven't seen any evidence on just yet. But I think they're going to make him our head of Department of Health or whatever. And I don't know if you've seen this, but our current head of the Department of Health is a. I'm not trying to be rude when I say this. I don't want to be rude at all. I don't try. But it's an overweight trans woman. She's an overweight trans woman, and nothing wrong with the trans woman part, nothing wrong if you're overweight, except for that overweight isn't healthy. So to have somebody that isn't really healthy doing something like that is kind of weird. RFK Jr., he's 70 years old, and that man is absolutely jacked. Like, he is in good shape. He puts the exercise time in. He's eating the right foods. He's trying to cut out all the nasty stuff. And there are things that we can have over here in America that you can't have in England, for example. In Europe, most of Europe, in fact, you can't have. I don't know about Australia. I don't think you can. By the way, Viddy, I got food topic real quick. Australia does cheese better than anybody. I've been buying Australian cheese these past couple of months, and you guys have it down. We don't have anything that compares to the Australian cheese. It is so much better. Sorry, side note. I've been ordering this smoked Gouda, Australian smoked Gouda from Australia, and it's just so amazing. Meanwhile, in America here, ours feels like a freaking eraser and doesn't have a particularly great and cheesy taste. So anyway, but yeah, like he's 70 years old. He's just jacked. He's talking about all this stuff that's in our food that we don't need to add. He's talking about, I listened to him give a lecture on yellow 40 or something like that, yellow 5 or yellow 40, one of those. And it was just an additive to change the color of our food that is not good for our bodies, that has studies that show it's not good for our bodies. And it's just to make the color more yellow. It doesn't even change the flavor. It just makes the color more yellow, so more appealing to the eyes. And it's like, why are we putting that in our bodies if that's the case? Let's see. That reminds me, I need to get some breakfast. At least I can ask someone who's not interested in politics an important question for everyone in here. Would you like some toast? I would love some. Let me go back up really quickly and catch up. I do like how some of Kamala's celebrity endorsements genuinely thought that they had any kind of influence, and they were proven that they had none. That's all I'll say. No, that's fair. We shouldn't care about celebrities. And here's the thing about it. This is not just for Kamala. This is for anybody. Celebrities are not you. They are multi-millionaires, if not multi-billionaires. They don't have the same needs. They don't have the same interests. They're not affected in the same way as you are. We don't listen to any celebrity of any side, either side. No endorsements. It doesn't matter if they're an actor, a singer, a business person. They are not affected in the same way you are. Neither are the presidential candidates, the major ones in this case. Neither of them are either, right? These are millionaires and billionaires, right? So they don't know and experience what you experience, and they don't have the struggle you have to go through. It's not worth listening to their opinion. It's just silly. Don't do that. You know what annoys me? I know you're a good guy and you have your own reasons, but it's sad that you have to say nothing wrong with the fact that they're trans, which is obvious and they shouldn't need to be said. Well, and yeah, you're exactly right. The reason I said it is because if somebody comes out and watches this later, they're going to go, oh, well, that's the problem. It wasn't the fact that you were talking about the person being overweight. It's the fact that they were trans, right? No, it's the fact that you have somebody that's overweight talking about how we can make our people more healthy. That's the point, right? Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't have to say that. But the problem is that when you have somebody come in at random, they're going to immediately attack the marginalized part as wrong. It's like the fat shaming thing. Like everybody, oh, you shouldn't fat shame. I don't think you should just follow people around who are hefty and make fun of them. Of course not. However, we do know that being heftier is not healthy. So we should, and again, this is coming from a man who was absolutely overweight, for a long time, and like, I wasn't healthy. So I was like, I'm not going to do that anymore. Like, you could tell me, don't be rude about it, but be like, hey man, you okay? Okay, yeah, I need to fix this. That's the point. That's the point I was trying to make. It's not the marginalized part. You're right. You're exactly right. But that's why I did it, just so you know. Is that Toast Trumpet? Oh no, the Toast don't do politics. Maybe they have to choose a door based on their faith. Maybe so. Celebrity worship is celebrity worship is insane. They're worshipped by some. I don't get it. For example, I'm a big fan of Sylvester Stallone. If I ever met him, I would be like, "Oh man, that's cool." Some people faint. What I will say, Sylvester Stallone. What I do like about him is his opinions of apolitical stuff. He was talking about. He did this thing where he's like, "Oh, people's suitcases have wheels now, and you're not meant to. You pick up the suitcase and you carry it. Life ain't meant to be easy." I was like, okay, I like that. I know he doesn't have the same struggles I do. He's a multimillionaire also. He's selling watches that are worth more than most people's houses. But I do like that mentality isolated. I think that's a really cool thing. So, fainting over an act, yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I've met many celebrities. I've never fainted over them. I'll shake their hand, say I'm a fan of their work, and then usually either have a conversation or move on, depending on how much time I have. But I've gotten the opportunity to do this with Mark Hamill and Hulk Hogan and Barry Sanders and T.C. Carson, and these are people I've all gotten to meet. Todd McFarlane, I've met. I've shook hands with them, had conversations with them. I didn't faint over them. And that's the issue, these assumptions. You can't criticize someone without them immediately going to one of their victimized talking points. Exactly. Yeah. Because it gives you leverage, right? So, I met a YouTuber stage actress named Carrie Hope Fletcher in 2014. I was nervous about it to the point where my parents thought I had a crush on her. I don't. But you could see how nervous I was. And was very polite and signed the theater program I was told. There's nothing wrong with being a fan, and a lot of times one of the things I will say is we want to make a good impression when we meet somebody that we are a fan of and that has made an impression on us that is good. We do have a general inclination to want to make a good impression in turn, right? You're a fan of somebody's, as an actor, and therefore they've made that impression on you. You want to return the favor. That having been said, it's one thing to be nervous about making a good impression with somebody that you admire, versus being willing to espouse the entirety of a belief system that somebody that you admire might have, even though that's not the part of them that you admired. So, but no crush on Carrie Hope Fletcher. I see how it is. I'm just teasing. Stallone doesn't care, man. I loved how he says, "I ain't have." Well, he did that out loud in Tulsa King, didn't he? It was like, he, they, he, she, bang, boom. You know what mine are? I like the fact that he's very, very clear about what he feels in that regard. But I don't think anybody should also espouse his views just because he's a celebrity. Same situation. Even though I tend to agree with him when it comes to let's just not overcomplicate things and let's just be people. At the same time, I'm not going to espouse his views because he's a celebrity. I'm going to espouse them because I've gone through and thought, well, this works for me too. This makes sense to me. Nothing wrong with being a fan. My point is with people who blindly follow someone, it's crazy. Yeah, those obsessions are not good. Yeah, exactly. That's spot on. So that's where I am with it too. I like Sylvester Stallone. I think he's funny. I think he's right. I think life isn't supposed to be easy. I like a lot of his stuff. He is a multimillionaire. He does not suffer the same problems as I do. Yes, his interests, whatever works for him, may not be the same interests that work for me. That having been said, I like some of his talking points. So, not to mention another guy that I will say, when you talk about the examples, there are things that happen when it. Now again, I know he's on a cycle, but like, he's a big old. I mean, again, he's in his 70s also, and he's a big old jacked guy, so he's putting in the work to, there are things that he has access to that I don't, but he's also putting in the work to, and doing the hard work to stay better, to be better. I respect that, right? That's something you can't fake, or it's very, very difficult to fake. It's very, very difficult to fake taking care of yourself and because that does take hard work. It doesn't matter, even if you have a professional chef cooking meals for you and a professional trainer, you still have to work out and hurt and ache, and you can't fake that. So I respect that kind of thing. Again, that's why the RFK thing. That's why RFK for me. He's just a jacked 70-year-old man that's trying. Again, a lot of his stuff is kind of conspiratorial. I don't know that I have any paperwork that I've seen that backs some of the claims up, so I can't agree with them until I have seen that paperwork. But some of the stuff he says is completely spot on. I have seen the paperwork for it, and it's like, okay, why are we doing this? And I do think he genuinely cares about making people healthy. Whether he cares about me specifically or not, I do think he genuinely cares about getting a bunch of the garbage out. So that's what I think. Stallone will definitely be one that hits me when he passes. Carl Weathers was another one that hit me. Oh, I know. But honestly, man, Stallone looks like he can keep going for another 30 years. Stallone looks like he could hit 110 and still be okay. Because, like, what is he? He's what, 70? How old is he now? He's like, what, 74, is he? 75? And he's still just, he's gray-haired and everything, but he's just absolutely jacked. I would have thought that the steroids from original would have taken it from him, but he's not. He still seems to be. Oh, he's almost 80. Oh my gosh, he's 78. 78 years old, and he is still just absolutely. Just absolutely jacked. Jeez. Yeah, so I he's almost 80 years old, but he looks like he could go another 30, at least as far as I can tell. Unless I'm just wrong. That's possible too. He's still doing the movies. He's still out and about, moving, active. He's not on a cane hunched over doing. And he did a lot of. He did do a lot of steroids, and that normally cuts your lifespan down. And he's still doing fine. So, man, that's awesome. All right, let's see. Hugh Grant's, let's see, any action started 80s. Yeah, me too. Hugh Grant's character in Heretic is now saying to me, I won't keep you if you wish to have your breakfast, but I must ask you to choose a toast based on your faith, peanut butter toast or honey toast. I love, Hugh Grant's another character that I really like. He's a lot more soft-spoken, but he's just, I love his I watched, the last movie I really saw him in, I didn't see him in, he was in Willy Wonka, but I didn't see that. I just know he's in it, but I saw him in the D&D movie a couple of years back. And I thought I liked his character a lot in that. What does that have to do with my having breakfast? Everything. 78, yeah. I remember seeing how old he is. I remember really seeing how old he is when I saw Rocky 6. Rocky Balboa had some sad scenes. And that film was out nearly 20. That's what I'm saying. Like, that film is one of the films that messes. Yeah. But at the same time, like, no, and that phrase is one of my favorites, by the way, Viddy. But like, look, seriously, like, if you look at the guy, he's older. There's no doubt that is a thing that happened. But like, if you take a look at him, he's still filming. Like, I know people that are that old, that are on canes and walkers and such. These are 80-year-old people, almost 80-year-old people. He's still going and working out and doing his thing. Is he older? Yeah, he's older. It just happened to him. But he's still out going and doing movies. He's in a movie that's coming out later on this month. He's doing Tulsa King Season 2. Like, even being older, he's not letting it stop him at all. And if you taking a look at his workout stuff, he's still freaking just huge. He's actually bigger. I think he's bigger now than he used to be. Because he lost a lot of weight a couple of years back, and now I think he's even bigger than he used to be. I think his freaking arms are just like, I just saw this. He's even bigger than he used to be. I just took a look at this, a picture of him from this year versus from 4 years ago, and he's even bigger than he used to be. Golly, dang. Yeah, I love that. He's a genuinely good actor. He's often mocked. Yeah, but he has his speeches. I like his voice. I think it's iconic. But he's also got paralysis in part of his face. There was an accident, and he's got paralysis in part of his face. It's not his fault. I like his voice though. I like that he's got that low pitch kind of like. I think it's really good. I like it. But yeah, he's still an absolute beast though. I mean, I'm still a big fan of him. I'm a big fan of him. I'm a big fan of Schwarzenegger. You know, all of them. He can act. Yeah, he can. He sure can. Mocked for his speech. I even said, "Yo, Adrian." Yeah. I think the way he slurs the Rocky characters. Yeah, that was new also too, because you got to think when he had the accident that caused the facial paralysis. I think it was a fairly newer development at that point. Now he's a little bit more concise because he's gotten used to it. If you look at the fifth Rocky movie, he's definitely exaggerating. Well, yeah, he's his character now. I like him though. I like Stallone. Excuse me. I liked Carl Weathers. I like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Jean-Claude Van Damme. I used to like some of the Steven Seagal stuff, but like his stuff got really bad really quick. Everybody knows Under Siege, and I think that's pretty well the only one. But like his stuff got really bad. He's now gotten to the point where he'll only like fight from a chair or something. I'm like, okay, you're tall, but like you didn't keep like. If you take a look at Dolph Lundgren and you take a look at Jean-Claude Van Damme, you take a look at Schwarzenegger, you take a look at Stallone, these guys stayed in awesome shape. Like, or they got, Stallone got a little hefty when he was a governor because obviously he couldn't keep it up, but then he got back into shape really quickly. And Stallone's actually, I think, like a year older than Schwarzenegger, if you can believe it. But anyway, they all stayed in really good shape. And Stallone's talking about, I mean, not Stallone, excuse me, Seagal is talking a bunch of mess, but at the same time, he's lost all of the. He's gotten real hefty, and he's decided that that's just okay with him. He's you know. I'm like, eh. Is one of the best examples of visual storytelling in film. Rocky has a lot of eggs to eat in one scene. No words, no nothing. Tells us a lot about his character. Yeah, that's true. He also, I believe that's actually a part of Stallone's real thing. I think he actually does eat the raw eggs, which is really impressive because that's really hard to do. I've tried. I prefer mine cooked. I still have about 6, but I do prefer them cooked. Again, I'm a big guy. I'm no longer. I'm happy about this. I'm no longer a super overweight guy. I'm just a big guy who's, you know, been getting stronger, and I'm very happy about that. But I still do eat like 5 or 6 eggs in the morning if I'm having eggs. You're supposed to be able to drink them because they give you more protein more quickly. It's hard when you eat them; they start becoming harder to get down. All 6 of them, but yeah. I love the Van Damme Steven Seagal story. They were at a party at Stallone's house, and Van Damme confronted him for constantly. Yeah, he wouldn't stand. Seagal's not. Seagal was cool once upon a time. Again, Under Siege being the prime, but then you start putting him up against any of these other guys. He doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, visual story. Everybody wants to spell everything out to you and tell you what you should feel about it instead of letting you just see it and then go, wow, dang. Rock, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Again, Seagal's not. He can't. He talks more mess than he can back up. Storytelling is lacking in general. Yeah, Rocky is a fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. The first 4 are absolutely wonderful, I think. Insert the eggs to let me get large line from getting. Yeah. So I'm roughly the size of a barge. Also, insert the eggs pun. All the eggs puns I've ever made here. That would be a long list. Oh, I haven't seen Beauty and the Beast in a long, long time. So the fact that I remember I think I remembered it because barge is not exactly a very commonly used word nowadays. All right, we've been talking here for almost 3 hours. It's been really fun. This is one of the reason I was talking a little bit longer is because this is one of the shorter chapters in the game. But I will go ahead and start getting things situated and moved over if I can, just because I'm going to try my best. I gotta remember how I did this before. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. But I believe Benny's is the shortest chapter. Either the shortest or the second shortest, but I think his is the shortest. Talking about video puns. Well, 24 hours. Yeah, it would be a little bit, wouldn't it? All right, I have to remember how I have this, so give me just a second. I'm going to go ahead and fade this music out. There we are. And I'm going to try and remember, I think I put it on this key. I changed some settings, so if things are wonky, and they may be, that's probably why. And then I have to open the game, or otherwise you can see nothing. So let me move chat over here really quickly. Let me... Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to give you some music for just a second. I got to hook something up. Give me 1 second. I'm going to give you some more music for just a minute. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick little break here to hook some stuff up. So 1 moment. Okay. see if I can do this really quickly. We'll see what happens. This political Trump voter plays games. No, thank you. I didn't vote. I didn't like anybody. The alien called the doctor plays games. I get to be a Time Lord now. That I will. That I will take credit for. Did you hear Tony Todd? Yes, I heard about that. That was sad. And he was young too. He was what was he? Oh yeah, 69. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was young. That's what's so sad about that. The 60s are so young to die. Well, I mean, that's old, but I usually associate dying of old age with the 70s and onward. Some actors. Well, and the thing about it is we've gotten to the point of where it isn't actually super. The 60s isn't actually super old. 70s isn't super old. The saying, because of the amounts of progress we've made in the medical fields. Hold on one second. The amount of progress that we've made in the medical fields has made it so that people say that they say that the 30s are the new 20s and vice versa. That is pretty true, I think. You know, I don't. I'm older and I don't feel old yet. I still feel good. I feel solid, which I like. So. The fact that I recently turned 36 and for once I actually felt a bit frail and I'm reminded of aging. Goodness me. Well, and that's the thing, though, is you're too young to feel frail. You're too young to feel frail. You shouldn't feel frail already. And that's part of the reason that I put such a heavy thing on being... I've never felt frail. I want to be very clear about that. I've always been remarkably big and stocky in one way or another. And so I'm always... I've never felt frail, or at least not yet. But it's especially why I wanted to. It's especially why I wanted to work and keep myself in top shape, because I am getting older, and I don't want to experience frailty or fragility any more quickly than I have to, if it has to be. And again, that's why I like the things like Sylvester Stallone, who does not look fragile at all and is almost 80. I would like to be like that too. Retro's 46, isn't he? You didn't vote, you say. Food for thought. Australia has a compulsory... Yes, I'm familiar. Australia has a compulsory voting system regardless of candidates. What do you think? I think that's not a good idea. Because I believe that the entire purpose of voting is to show that the American people or the people of the Australian people, doesn't matter where you are, the idea is to show you what they think. And sometimes that thought may be outside of the candidacy, and it should be, right? So it would be like, if you don't like this, you don't like this. What do you can't protest. Not voting is a form of protest. It's a vote. It's a way of saying, I believe that the American people deserve better candidates than we have been given, and I refuse to vote for anything shy of someone who could actually make progress for us. So I think that that's a very, very effective, very, very not to say effective in not in the way that I want, but in some ways, I think it's a very, very. I think it should always be afforded to people as a form of protest. The ability to abstain, I think, should be. Well, a bit, but yeah. No, even still, I think it's. You're too young to feel frail. I don't want you to feel frail. I want you to feel strong. I want you to feel powerful for the next several years, for the next several decades. I want you to feel every morning like when you get up, you could take on the world. And that's what I'm saying. I don't want you to start feeling frail at 36. I don't want you to start feeling frail at 46. I don't want you to start feeling frail at 56. I want you to. That's what I want. I want people to be healthy and good and not feel that way. So I'm not saying you're too young to have experienced that in terms of that you can't experience it. I'm saying you're too young for you to have to feel that way. I don't want you to. But it happens. I get it. I feel ill, but I think it's because I'm dying. Well, technically, everybody who is born is dying, right? That's the idea of a long life, right? Is dying optimally. Happy times. Election should be settled in boxing matches. Well, that wouldn't have been fair this time because one of them's got 6'3" and the other one's like 5'4". And thought on my birthday, I actually went to the doctor and they said my blood pressure was fine. Good. I've got another medical appointment closer to Christmas. Okay, nice. And everything will come back all good. Everything will come back good and well and great. No, I think compulsory voting is a bad thing, though. Hold on. There we go. We'll try this again. Yeah, I think anybody compelling anybody to do anything is a bad thing. Using a Witcher quote from the books, a book called The Last Wish. It's very popular. It's been said in the trailers for The Witcher 3, but to paraphrase it, it was evil is evil, lesser, greater, middling. It makes little difference or makes no difference. If I am to choose between one evil and another, I would rather not choose at all. And that's kind of where I was. That was my thing. And I think that the ability to not choose is as powerful of a choice, if not more so, than the power to make a choice in one direction or the other. So compulsory voting, I am wholeheartedly against, and I think for good reason. Let's see. I need to go to the doctor this week. I need to go for some personal issues, need a diabetic checkup, and I need Oh, okay. Well, I hope everything comes well. I hope everything comes back well. I assume that it will, and I think that things will go well. I hope so. I hope everything does. I myself do think compulsory voting is a good thing. However, you made some extremely valid points that I probably didn't think about when you, and you also talked very nicely about it, which is what I think, which is what I like about the live stream discussions. Well, I appreciate that. I think it's good. I think that voting is, to give credit to your point too, I think voting is a good thing to do, or to get people to do, right? Because you want people to have their voice, and the idea of having compulsory voting kind of promotes the idea of democracy, which we're not a democracy, right? We're a constitutional republic. But there is a level of democracy, the action that occurs in that, right? So we vote for our elected officials. Whether the popular vote is or isn't, the Electoral College makes the decision, right? So you have to get 270 votes from the Electoral College. The popular vote doesn't actually matter. Which is why in the 2016, it was Clinton won the popular vote, and yet still Trump won the presidency. So if you are the deciding factor, you, the people, are the deciding factor, not the Electoral College or some arbitrary mid point, then I think it's important that you vote and give your do your civic duty. But that having been said, I do think that in our case, it's a great form of protest to try and demand a better class of candidate, which I think this election cycle we absolutely deserved from every front. I feel like that left, right, and center, we needed better candidates, and we didn't get them. And so I couldn't feel good about that. I couldn't feel good about voting for either of them. And so that's why I chose not to. And there are people that are mad at me about that, and I don't care. There are people that are upset and say I contributed to this and that and the other, and that whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Evil is evil, but what I says Winston Churchill. No, it's something to the effect. It's like evil is evil, lesser, greater, middling. It makes no difference. The lines, what is the other one? Is the lines blurred, the decisions arbitrary, the lines blurred. If I'm to choose between one evil and another, I'd rather not choose at all, I think is what it is. And it makes perfect sense, and it's one of the best things to do. There is a Latin phrase I've used several times: "De dubos malas minas est sempre lecundum," which is of two evils the lesser should be chosen. But that doesn't always mean between two candidates. Sometimes the lesser evil is to not choose. Right? Sometimes that is the lesser evil. So it's not a matter of choosing between two positive lesser evils. It's the difference between choosing against two positive evils and the negative. The against it to participate. But again, I can understand why you would like compulsory voting. I can understand. I also know that the structure of Australia isn't quite the same as ours. I don't believe you're actually a constitutional republic in the same way that we are. I could be wrong. And there goes. Okay. I don't. You're not quite a constitutional republic in the same way we are. I think you're I think you're actually a constitutional monarchy with democratic representation. There's democratic. There's Democrat. I don't know how to say it, but I think you're technically speaking you have a representative democracy, but you are also a constitutional monarchy, I believe, to an extent. So it's more complicated than it would be for us as a constitutional republic. There are more moving parts in that regard. So I can't speak to your specific circumstance. So you're probably much more informed on that than I am. My feet are killing me lately. I hope not. Hopefully circulation and everything is good there. Sometimes my legs feel like that. I'm sure I just make it walk as much. I'm sorry. Sometimes my legs feel like that. I make sure as much as possible to walk quite a bit every day, and allocate days for strength exercise, and also have magnesium. Still, I'd be like, legs, what you doing? Run again, Napoleon, 5'4". When I say run, the doctor. Pint now. Winston Churchill said, "Do you want?" I think Winston Churchill. I think there were some people that tried to match him drink for drink in a day, and they were absolutely sloshed by midday, I think is what they said. So some German lad with a weird mustache came into the pub and stole my chips, and so I knocked him out. Winston Churchill, 1841. So I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know when that lines up. Firstly, I don't think Winston Churchill wasn't alive then. And then I didn't also know which German guy you were talking about in that time frame. I thought it was when you said that originally, I thought Friedrich Nietzsche, but 1841, he wouldn't have been born yet either. He wouldn't be born for another like 3 years. So I was like, oh, then I got it. Talkie Toaster, what did I tell you about chatting on Retro Room's live stream? Stole chips instead of toast. Nice. All right, well, let me move back over here. We'll do this real quick. Benny's chapters shouldn't be very long. Let's see if it'll pop up there for me. There we go. So we need to load really quickly. We did Gorster last time, so we're going to load this one. Okay, and we'll notice that we're missing Gorster and Ted. Let's see. Let me turn that down. I can't remember how I did this originally. Let me do a thing really quickly. Why? Tap this key to get out of it for a second so I can check. I can't remember exactly. I did this thing originally where so I could hear. So I could hear the audio. And I don't remember how I did it. So I could hear the audio, but you guys wouldn't hear a duplicate of the audio. I think I had to change my headphones real quick. We will see. Okay. Maybe I'm choosing the wrong source here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly. I should be able to hear it, but I can't hear it on my side. I don't want to make an echo for you. But that might be the only option I have. Let me try. Let's see. Good old point and click adventure music. Yeah, it varies. Sometimes crisps are referred to as chips. I say chips for fries or whatever equivalent that is. So as to make a distinction between chips and crisps. Yeah, over here they have chips, but they also have fries. They're not the same thing as what Retro calls chips or crisps. What I'm referring to is a bowl of crisps, Retro, and Gang interpret that differently. Yeah, well, we don't have a thing called crisps over here. Weird Americans, are they? Hey, over here we call chicken Clucky Cluck Feathers burgers. Mind you, it's language that confuses me at times. The pronunciations like how the world schedule is said. Burgers. It's pronounced schedule. But we wouldn't do that. We would say schedule. That's what we would say. I was going to see if I could find out how to hear this separate, but I don't see. I had it doing it last time, but this time I don't know. It's not going through the monitor. Okay, that's a little bit better, I guess. Kind of. Well, it's a little loud on my side. Let's see. Maybe that'll do. I'll try to do it that way. Okay, that kind of works. So we'll see we'll see how that works. We'll see if it happens. I say schedule. Yeah, that's how I would say it too. I keep on changing how I say data. I usually say data instead of data on that. World. Viddy just woke up and you're saying that's that instead of the word. It's pronounced God staff professor. Which is which. Also, how do you pronounce the word diplomacy? Yes, diplomacy. Diplodocus, the famous diving dinosaur. Yeah, diplomacy would be how I would say that. Okay, let's try this again. I can kind of hear it. I can hear it enough. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Now I can hear it. It's not my favorite, but I can hear it. Okay, I can still hear the music games. Okay, good. Well, dinosaurs did invent diplomacy when I time traveled. Probably didn't mean to find that out. Video, can you time travel next year and find out if I'm alive? I hope you will be. Okay, so here we have this. Let's try. We're going to pick Benny.
Benny, you know you've always been my favorite torture tool. Well, I'm giving you now a chance to stoop to new lows, to give in to your bestial desires. I'm going to let you find some food to eat. Yeah. I'll even repair your brain so that you can think normally again and savor the horror of your repast.
So Benny is a very complicated, very complicated individual.
This cavern isn't like any of the others Am has sent me to. It's full of life, not death.
Okay. So he starts us off cruelly on these stairs. And let's just say we want to walk to the top of the steps. We immediately can't.
Am, you son of a bitch. You've cleared my mind but crippled my legs. I can barely walk.
There we go. Yeah, so Benny's messed up. Benny is and he talks about that at the beginning. He's warped beyond recognition, really. He used to be a very handsome guy. Now he is not.
This graveyard gives me the creeps. I feel as though the dead could speak.
I don't know why it's having so much trouble running, but we'll try. We'll see. So we can look at these graves. Murphy, Tuttle, Thomas, which he knows.
This is the grave of Murphy, one of my old commandos, killed in the war.
I'm wondering really quickly if I have... Yeah, there's not an additional option there, so we're just gonna continue playing. Let me make a... I'm gonna make one more change really quickly if I can. See if it'll let me. I used to be handsome too. Let's see if it'll let me make a change real quick, because I'm getting really weird hiccupy stuff, so I want to make sure it's okay. Bum-bum-bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Watch the output here. Can I make a... it doesn't look like it. Okay. I made some changes. We'll see if it works. Again, being away for a minute, it's been tricky, so we'll see what happens. But I'm sure you're alive next year. Nice. So many paradoxes. Benny is one of those guys that helped retro sing my version of Jumpin' Jack Flash. Insert the moment that Sam and Max, or Sam sings about the... Yeah. So we can do that. We're going to walk away from them. And we're gonna go over here. Wait. No, not the trees. I need you to go. Yeah, there we go.
Months. The smell of food cooking nearby only makes it hurt worse.
So he's been basically starved for a long time. And then he's been warped and everything else, so... We're going to... there's a bowl of fruit up here, so I need to use this twine. Can I not use it? Take the twine?
I can't shake any fruit loose from the baskets.
Why? Can we... I don't think we can climb up the ladder. Yeah, I don't think we can use that ladder. I think it's going to be too much.
I can't climb up the ladder. My legs are too crippled.
It's a lot of audio glitch, which I don't understand why. Okay, well, we'll go in these little caves.
I don't know what to do with this. So much for the friggin' welcome wagon.
Yeah, I don't know why there's a ton of, I don't know why there's a ton of audio glitch.
Impressive. Someone important must live here.
It's the elder. Okay, well, we'll leave him alone for a minute.
This looks like a...
So, it could be.
Single parent household.
Yeah, something about it's not...
Depend upon the generosity of the rest of the village. Friggin' welfare parasites.
So we have a kid with 3 arms, and...
That son of a bitch Am ripped out my vocal cords years ago.
Okay, so I can't even talk. I can probably use this, though.
I can't use this video screen with its innards hanging out.
Okay. What if I walk back out here?
I can't shake any fruit loose from the baskets.
I don't understand why not. Okay, fine. We'll go down here. Is that where we came from? Oof. Okay, that's ominous.
Looks like some kind of altar.
Yeah, that's ominous. So we're gonna leave. I do remember what this is. I have to remember how to get away from it. Yeah, it could be something about DOSBox. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's go this way.
A fruit tree.
Oh, there we go.
It's been years since I've tasted real fruit. Am once coaxed me into marching across 1,000 miles of ice to reach a stockpile of canned peaches, only to discover that he didn't give me a can opener.
Okay, so we're going to... Let's take that fruit. I think we can reach it. Okay, he said we can't, he said our vocal cords had been ripped out, so we're not going to be able to eat that. Let's see. Sorry, I just got a text message, so I was checking that. Okay, let me put the phone away. Okay. So now let's go ahead and walk down the path here. I have no vocal cords on. It's basically what it is. He doesn't have any, like, he's just said his throat's all messed up, so let's walk in here. And we looked at them already. Can I give this to the kid? Can I give the fruit to the kid? He looks real skinny.
Oh, thank you for food.
Oh, that worked out.
I am very hungry. Where can I get some food?
There is fruit in Food Cave. It comes from the trees.
Okay. But I can't reach some of the trees.
Mother and I not alone.
I got a text message and I was that would be a lot less.
Afraid of me and let me starve.
How are we we're using the monitor because we can see the monitor here.
I learned to talk using am screen. I am smart, but villagers think smart is defective. I wish I were strong. So then they would give me food, too.
He uses a word like defective. That's interesting. Yeah, that's tough.
That's tough.
Sometimes. But I am spared lottery. Villagers are afraid of me.
Okay, so there's a lottery. Which I remembered that, so that's going to be tricky.
What lottery?
I cannot get food from trees and I must scream.
Sacrifices to am.
Okay.
Are the victims buried in the graveyard?
I know nothing about graveyard.
Okay, so he doesn't even know that that's there.
Why do they sacrifice their own people to Am?
One is sacrificed, so am does not hurt all.
What are these sacrifices like?
The sacrifice to am hurts very bad. There are better ways to die. Almost any way is better.
Okay.
How long have these sacrifices been?
Benny looks really happy despite this.
Sacrifice to am machine goes on many long years. The very different must go to him soon. Not many villagers left.
Okay, I'm going to assume that that's where the cross altar was.
Is that altar in the jungle used for the sacrifices?
I can't tell. It looks like my background turned a little green from that, but I'm not sure. Okay.
I need to go find some food.
I still can't eat food. Let me go get... I helped you. Let me go help your mom. Your mom looks like she doesn't eat well either. Yeah, I think DOSBox is being wonky, and I don't know why, but we'll figure it out. Probably before the next time. This is the shortest one, so it's not that big of a deal.
Mana from heaven.
Oh, now I can shake something loose. Okay, I'll take that. So I guess that's what I had to do, is I just had to do that one and then shake it loose, I guess. Okay, here. I'll give your mom... I'll give your mom some too.
This woman is plainly starving, but she'd rather me give the food to her son.
But I already did that. Okay.
This woman is plainly starving.
Okay, she just points to him, I guess.
To her son.
Okay, do I need to give him more fruit?
Oh, thank you for food.
Didn't we just have this conversation, though?
I need to go find some food. I'll see you later.
Okay. Let me walk out and take more. I can use this twine.
Ah, mana from heaven.
Okay. Can I give... How do I give her fruit? Let's see. Oh, wait, give... Let's walk over here. Give fruit to mom.
This woman is plainly...
Okay, can I use the fruit on her? Because I gotta feed her. Like, I've already given the kid fruit.
I don't know what to do with this.
I can't eat the fruit, right? Can I there's no way I can eat the fruit. This is very fruitful. I don't know. I'll try and... Can I eat it?
Hurts! Hurts! Hurts!
Yeah, you said... That's what I thought. I said... can't eat it because he said he mangled my vocal cords. I figured my whole throat was probably mangled. Let me try this again. Okay.
Mana from heaven.
Did I need to eat the fruit to... Hold on. Did I need to eat the fruit to know that I can't... Now can I give her the fruit because I can't eat it?
This woman is plainly starving, but she'd rather me give the food to her son.
Okay, I don't understand. So, can I go grab a second piece of fruit by chance? Yeah, as I say, it's supposed to be, but I can't figure out what the heck.
I can't shake any fruit loose from the basket.
So I can only have one at a time. And I can't have it. Alright, what's in... If I go... Hold on. If I go into this cave, what's in this one?
It's a goddamn supermarket.
Oh, wow, okay. Food baskets. Oh, there's a piece of wood. Okay. Can I put this in those baskets? Okay, he's gonna let... Yeah, he's telling... I can put it in there.
Blondie only seems to be interested in guarding the food.
Okay. So let's... walk... I'm gonna take the... Can I take that?
Blondie here won't let me near the food.
Oh, can I... Wait. Can I show him this? Should take use. Use fruit... Sentry.
I don't know what to do with this.
I'll give it to him. Can he have it?
I think he wants me to put my fruit into a basket.
Okay. Now can I take that piece of wood, maybe?
This wood doesn't look very tasty.
Oh, but okay, I guess I can't take it.
What gives? He won't let me leave.
Oh, I gotta put my... Okay. Fine. Give fruit or use fruit. Hold on. I'm in the way. Okay, let's try this again. Give fruit to... No, I have to use it? This is one of those point-and-click esotericisms, right? There.
Pulping the fruit won't make it taste any better.
Oh, not pulping. I want it in the basket. I don't know what to do. I know, it's just... It's one of those... like I said, it's one of those little esotericisms where it's like, what the heck? Use fruit with food baskets.
Okay. Here's another piece of fruit to add to the collection, as if they need it anymore.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
can't eat it anyway.
Yeah, so I can't eat it. I can't give it to the mom. What the heck? I saw give fruit to... I tried to do that and he yelled at me. He was like, no, put it in the basket. So I was like, I don't know what to do there, but... Alright. Either way, I didn't... I'm trying to think of what I can do. Maybe I can do something in the Elder's Cave? What is this? What's in the bag?
A bag. Maybe there's food in it.
Can I take the bag?
I wouldn't know what to do with this even if I could take it.
Oh, okay, I guess I can't.
Hey, ignore the newcomer. Gather the villagers at the altar tomorrow to choose a sacrifice. I have spoken.
Okay, so Am's wanting to do a lottery. Can I talk to you? Talk to Elder.
I can't understand his language, but he seems to be welcoming me to the village.
At least he's nice. I was thinking with a group of people that do a lottery that was going to be bad. Can I... There's no more fruit that I can... I don't think I can reach that one. I don't think I can... Yeah, I don't think I can reach it. Let me try.
It's too high off the ground for me to reach.
He looks like a... He looks like a... They made him look like an ape with a... He's got like... It looks like he's got like a rope and such around his neck. Or he looks like he's got like hardware on. You can see his forehead and everything. So, okay, let's use the twine again, not the cave twine.
Ah, manna from heaven.
Okay. Hey, let me give it to... I better get going soon and prepare some for exercise? No worries. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Okay, I need to figure out... I need to be able to... I want to try to...
I don't know what to do with this.
I say I can't do... I don't know what to do.
This woman is plain...
She won't let me do it.
But she'd rather me give the food to her son.
Can I just talk to her son, maybe? Just talk in general? There we go.
I tried eating the fruit. It only made me sick.
You bleed when you eat. When I was young and not so different, my mother chewed it for me first, and then fed me.
Okay, so that... Is that what I need to do to be able to try and feed her?
See you later.
I'm gonna try.
Amazing. This woman digested the food and then regurgitated it back to me, like a bird feeding its young.
Okay. Thanks, Mom. That's nice. She... Oh, there's a bed. Can I use the bed? Hold on. I'm gonna let's see if I can tell him. See if I can tell him thank you for letting me know. Oh, I can't. I can tell him I'm tired.
I am getting very tired.
You now family. You use our bed. Go sleep.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I was hoping I could just tell you thank you, but where's that bed? Is this the bed? We'll do that. It doesn't even darken all the way. It just kind of slightly gets... It's like someone turning the brightness down on their television.
That sleep wasn't nearly long enough. I wonder where the boy's mother went.
Uh-oh, we're in trouble now. Talk. Where'd your mom go?
Where is your mother?
She go to altar to help choose and sacrifice.
Okay, well that's not good.
I need to go find some food. I'll see you later.
Okay, let's go... Let's go out here.
The village is quiet today. too quiet.
Where was the altar? Was it over? It was down here, right?
Why is everyone gathered around the altar?
I like this guy over here. It's got like spiked up ponytails. Just okay. Can we talk to the elder? I'll ask. Why are you all here? Okay. That's the best I can manage.
Looks like some kind of lottery. That's the mutant child's mother.
Uh-oh. I guess they draw marbles and the black marble's the bad one. I'm still here. Hey, Ash. No worries. I'm trying to play this. It's got some stutters to it, and I don't know why. If it's just GOG or not GOG. I'm sorry. Scum VM or what? I'll do more testing with it. I didn't think it was that big of a deal last time. Now it's become a big deal.
Wocho Shanan.
It looks like she's been chosen to be sacrificed.
Okay. So this is one of the ones where... no, I'm not going to eat her. Jeez. So Benny is the hungry one. This is the cannibal part of him. There are a lot of things that are messed up with Benny here. Benny is
Let me watch.
willing to be a cannibal. He's incredibly racist. You'll see that here. He's incredibly selfish. He was gay, and he killed.
Bring me Toto, but I accept the chosen one. You shall not feel my wrath.
He killed the partner because it was during the time where that was very frowned upon in the military.
Judas Priest! Am blasted her to bits. What am I going to do for food now?
Oh, that's what it was. I was going to figure out if I could eat her. There's some messed up stuff in here. We'll get to it in a minute, I'm sure. I'm going to look at the debris.
There's burnt plastic and twisted metal where bits and pieces of the woman should be. I wonder if they're going to bury the remains.
It's basically just the...
There's burnt plastic and twisted...
It's basically just a robot. Judas Priest... Yeah, I know. I love that that was the exclamatory. Okay. I need to leave. I need to walk too. There's nothing I can do here. See if we can talk to the kid. That's kind of be sad. I don't know if he knows his mom was just killed, but... Oh, I'm the one delivering the news, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Your mother is dead.
I know. Me sorry too. She only wants to care for me. Except you.
Me giving him that fruit went a long way. I'm not going to say this. This doesn't matter. This is what Benny would probably say, but I'm not going to do this.
What will happen to you?
No food. No safe from lottery. Either way, not good.
Do I get another... What is this?
Why don't you run away from here?
Bad idea to run. Villagers hunt me down. Become sacrificed to Am machine.
So it's an automatic you drew the black marble if you run away. Okay, I'm gonna go...
I need to go find some food. I'll see you later.
Okay, I'm gonna go... I need to go back to those graves. I remember that I'm supposed to do something there, but I don't remember what. Where were they? They're over here, right? Boop ba doop. You can definitely tell that this has got some like H.R. Geiger art stuff to it. Oh, wait a minute. I don't... Did those have heads the first time, or... Hold on. Can I talk?
Me for dead in the field.
Oh, I can actually do it.
The bullet in my brain came from your gun.
So this wasn't even his partner. This is just one of those who did it. I need to prove I'm a different person.
What can I do to prove that I am a different man?
Give us proof of your newfound empathy.
Okay. How? That doesn't prove anything. Wait, okay. Can I get it from one of the others? Will one of the others tell me stuff? Here's Tuttle.
Duty was almost over. But
Yeah, I think Geiger was probably Geiger might have been part of the design of this, honestly.
your secret died with me, and soon it will die with you.
And that secret, by the way, is that he was gay. Again, this is not his partner. These are just people who knew. What can I do to prove? I'm not going to do this because I don't know if I've proven anything. I just need to know what I can do to prove it.
I am a different man.
Show us that you're able to think of someone other than yourself.
You do have the option, I believe, to try and dig the graves up and try to eat the bodies. It doesn't, you don't get anything out of it. I think it hurts you.
Tried to help, Brickman, but you'd have none of that. If you couldn't carry your own weight, then you were worth more dead than alive, and anyone willing to carry some extra weight was a liability.
Okay. What do I need to... So I have to tell him we can help. So each of these guys are looking for a different thing. I didn't remember that.
I do to prove that I am a different man.
Give us evidence that you have some sympathy for others.
Okay. I can't look at the psych profile because if I look at that for a hint, I'm going to go... Okay, so maybe I can ask the boy if he'll let me watch after him, maybe? That's the best I can think of right now. I can't remember this scenario perfectly. I'm trying to walk to the cave, see if the boy's in there. Let's see if he'll let me look after him. There's a sequel to a book. Yeah, pretty much. It's a sequel to a short story. And this one's a little bit more messed up, so. Can I talk to you? No, I can just tell you I can't care for you. I'm not gonna do that.
I need to go find some food. I'll see you later.
Okay. Can I appeal to the shaman not to, hold on. Can I appeal to the elder not to hurt the boy? Oh, I can't communicate with him though.
He's motioning towards the video monitor.
Maybe I need to tell them that I've proved that I'm better, and then maybe they'll tell me exactly. No, it's not it's not really a reboot. It like he made a mention of the canned peaches earlier, and that was something that happens in the short story. The short story is not super long. It's a pretty digestible read. Honestly, I think there's a free audiobook version of it on YouTube, and it's worth it. I think it's only 30 minutes or 45 minutes, but it'll tell you some messed up stuff. Let me see if I tell them that I've proven it, then maybe they'll be like, no, you haven't. You need to do this. I've learned to be compassionate.
Passionate to those who suffer.
With what happened at the altar, you haven't changed any that I can see, Commander. I should put a bullet in your brain, just like you did to me.
Did I accidentally darken my background?
Prove that I am a different man.
Give us proof of your...
Yeah, it's about the same characters.
I've learned that individuals shouldn't be sacrificed for the sake of the group.
From where I lie, you're still the same compassionless bastard who murdered me, allowing that woman to die on the altar.
Okay, I don't guess my character cares all that much there. I can't tell if the background got darker for me.
What can I do to prove that I am a different man?
Show us that you're able to think of someone other than yourself.
Okay, I'll try again. It didn't get darker the second time, but I can't tell if the first time it got darker.
I've learned to protect the weak and helpless.
The coward who let that woman die on the altar is the same coward who killed me in my sleep. You're going to die a coward, too.
What can I do to prove that I am a different man?
Let's see.
Give us evidence that you have some sympathy for others.
Let's walk down. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same characters though, and it goes over everything. Like most of what I'm saying is said in the books, and that's how I know. That's how I know some of it. But let's see. That person doesn't let me in their cave. That's the... So it's just the elder. Oh, the elder's not there anymore.
Gathering food.
Okay, well guess what I'm doing? I'm gonna take... Can I take this bag or is it still too heavy for me? Oh no, I can take that. Haha, I did. Okay. I'm taking the lottery bag. Will the boy know what to do with it, maybe? Hold on. Can I I'll use this.
This is not a good hiding place.
I'm not trying to hide it. Can I give it to him? Can he hide the lottery bag for me?
I don't think he understands what I'm trying to say.
Okay, let me just talk. Let me see if I can just talk to him.
I need to go find some food. I'll see you later.
So I put, try that again.
I need to go find some food. I'll see you later.
Huh.
I don't think he understands what I'm trying to say.
How do I... Does he not care about not having the lottery bag? I was hoping he would give me a hiding space.
This is not a good hiding place.
Yeah, it doesn't let me do anything with it. I took the bag. I know what I'm doing there, but I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? I don't know if I need it, but... I mean, I'm no help. That's okay. I'm just trying to figure things out. Let me use... I'm gonna get... I don't know if I need it, but I'm gonna take a piece of fruit just because I'm...
Manna from heaven.
And take that. Yeah. Okay. Does that give me an option? Do I need to feed the boy again? Can I talk to him and feed him again? No, it's not gonna let me do that, so...
I need to go find some food.
Well, maybe the graves will tell me where I can put it? Because I can't... The shaman guy wasn't there, and he's not gonna tell me I stole from him. That's not gonna work. I'll see if the graves will tell me where I need to put it. Based on what they've been saying, it's going to be awful. They're going to tell me terrible things. Here's where you can put it. Okay. Can I, give them... Can I give the lottery bag to Murphy?
I can't bury this. The ground's too hard.
Okay. Can I just... I'll just talk to him. Yeah, okay, I have the lottery bag.
I have the lottery bag. No more villagers will be sacrificed.
That's probably not how that goes.
Show the lottery bag to Thomas.
Okay, is that Thomas right there? That's Tuttle. That's Thomas. So I want to use this with Thomas.
Not a good hiding place.
Okay, talk to Thomas, I guess. There's a lot of those like random little, oh, no, don't use, give, don't give, talk.
Will be sacrificed.
You prove that you're capable of caring for others, and that's worth something.
Okay.
Place the lottery bag into the earth. We will guard it.
We forgive you for what you've done to us, but we can't speak for your most tragic victim, Brickman's grave.
They all forgave me for killing them. Okay, so I gave it to them and they swallowed it back up. Okay. And they said those vines... Push the vines away, maybe?
Here it is. Brickman's grave.
So Brickman was his partner. Talk to Brickman.
Hello, Commander. I'm not exactly happy to see you again. I last saw your face just before I got it right between the eyes.
That sounds like I did a good... Let's see. Can I...
I don't blame you for hating me, Brickman.
I have something to plant. Is that a fruit? Do I get to plant a fruit on his grave?
You did this to me. You murdered me because I didn't measure up to your standards. Then you killed the witnesses.
Okay. I guess these guys were actually witnesses instead.
I stopped the lottery from happening. Doesn't that prove I now have compassion?
You might have changed for the present, Commander, but you still have crimes in the past to account for.
That's true. That's fair. I mean, like, that's... You can't always just... make amends.
What do I do to make amends to you, Brickman?
I don't think he actually means...
Past, Commander.
Wait, what do you, I just said I'm trying to.
I have something to plant on your grave.
Is it the fruit?
At last, some compassion. Now I can finally rest in peace.
Oh, and he grew a flower. Do I get to take that? Well, I better not take the flower, right?
Those flowers make Brickman's grave seem so peaceful.
Okay. Let's go inside of here. I don't want to go inside of the... I think he's probably still gone. Let me see if I can talk to the boy. Does he tell me... If I tell him that, do I need to just go to bed?
Tired.
You
You're
just...
family. You use our bed. Go sleep.
Okay. Maybe I should just... Maybe I should just sleep. Because it's not a lottery day. We already had our last lottery. Last lottery was...
The boy's still here.
Okay.
When the next sacrifice will be.
Good. We can't use this monitor to learn when that is, though, because that's how we talk. So the idea is that we... I guess I'm going to use... Can I use this monitor? Is he mad at me? Wait. I'm going to talk to him and see if he's mad. I don't know if this will kill me. Shouldn't, right?
He's motioning towards the video monitor.
There's like 50 different ways. I'm going to have to figure out what in the world happened to cause this. I think it's probably H.265 is the reason, so I'll figure that out. Use...
Gather the villagers at the altar tomorrow.
Oh, they're already doing another sacrifice. Okay, well, that would be... Okay. The boy says he's not safe anymore because his mother's not there, so I'm wondering, was she protecting him, or what was the deal? I'm going to tell him that there's at least a lottery coming, because I don't think his monitor works. Okay, yeah, I can tell him to hide in the hole.
Sacrifice tomorrow, even with the lottery bag missing. Why don't you hide in the hole, just in case?
I afraid of hole. Need friend to hide with. You too big to go in hole.
Oh, okay. All of my friends are far away from here or dead. Okay.
All my friends are far away from here or dead. I have no friends to hide with you.
And the friends he's talking about is, I think, the other guy.
I make a friend and then I hide. You help me.
Make a friend? Okay.
What can I do to help you make a friend?
I need head for friend.
Don't worry about what. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what. I'm sorry. The stuttering. I'm like, golly, it's frustrating.
I'll see what I can find.
I think it's the H265 on it, which I'll double check and change next time. Because it's also making this all stuttery too, and it's like, don't have that issue when I'm doing console, but for whatever reason, when we're capturing internal, I guess it's a riot and a half. Okay, so let's do... What was I doing? Oh, you know what? I'll bet you that's what I need that wood for.
Ah, manna from heaven.
So let's do that. Let me take that fruit. Still fine to listen to. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what the heck. Again, it's internal. Whenever I do the external thing, it doesn't seem to have a problem, but I'll bet that's what the wood is for. I bet that's what I build. Okay, so let me give the fruit to you. Okay.
I think he wants me to put my fruit into a basket.
Let me walk into the supermarket here. Take that piece of wood.
Someone who might like a piece of polished wood.
Nice. That didn't look very polished, but I know I have to leave my fruit in the basket because he won't let me out if I don't.
Okay, here's another piece of fruit.
He can't even see me. I don't even know how that's working, but okay.
I can't eat it anyway.
True. Okay. I know that he needs a piece of wood. Can I go in this cave? I'm fairly certain this is where the baby was, right?
Like it's empty.
Oh, yep. Okay. So this is... Where is it? There's the cradle. Okay. I'm going to walk to the cradle. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to tell you something that they cut out of the game for this reason. I need to look at the cradle.
Looks like a primitive cradle. It's empty. I wonder where the baby is.
So in the original version of this game...
I'm hungry.
Yeah, right there. Unpatched, you can actually eat the baby. The baby's in the cradle. And you can actually eat that baby. I'm pretty sure I need to take some vines.
There's a loose wire among these vines.
Oh, there's a wire. Never mind. I thought I needed to take... I remember needing something with the vines. Can I... Oh, wait, let me just take it. Okay. You can actually... In the original version of the game, you could actually eat the baby. You would take the baby out of the cradle, and you would eat the baby, and it wouldn't show the full thing. It was a silhouette. Let's see. It would show a silhouette...
In here. At least the fire's warm.
It would show a silhouette of the fire casting a shadow, I guess, on that wall that we can't see, and it would show Benny eating basically the stomach of the baby, and it was really messed up. It's still on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube, and I think it was I don't think they necessarily should have taken it out because it's definitely considered a bad choice. You're not. It's immediate game over, I think. Can I take any? I know I need to take some of this, but I don't remember what I need to take. I remember I have to take the head, I think.
Here's an interesting piece of junk.
Yeah.
I had lost interest in anything that wasn't edible until I met the boy.
So you can actually see he's really he's actually really trying to change, which of course he's still awful. He still killed 4 people, 3 witnesses and his lover, which is really just because he was gay in the military, and then that's what happens. It's really, yeah. Okay, can I give you this?
I don't think he understands what I'm trying to...
Okay, I guess I have to just talk to him. Well, it'll bring me back to the screen, though.
I found this piece of junk at the altar. It looks kind of like...
I'm glad he tells him, too, it's a piece of junk instead of, like, going, hey, here's your mom's head. Because I think that's what that was.
Use this to make doll's head.
Okay. I got a piece of wood.
I found a piece of wood that could be used.
I remember the wood, the wire, and the head, but I think there might be more to it.
Doll's body.
I didn't remember the wire. I thought it was vine. I remember having to grab the vine from there because that's where that's the baby scene, so it's hard to forget that one.
Thank you for help with doll. Me go play in hole.
Oh, wait, is that the whole thing? Oh, did he go in the hole? He just looked like he kind of teleported. Oh, look at the hole.
Boy's hiding in the hole with his doll.
Okay. It's a pretty good hole. And he said I'm too big to go in there. Okay. I know that there's no one else I can talk to, so I have to go to bed because we have to see if our plan worked since the lottery's there.
I wonder how the boy's doing in that hole.
Okay, now I'm gonna check and see. Is he still in the hole?
The boy's gone. The villagers must have found him.
How would they have gotten him out, though? Because they said I'm too big to get in there, and these guys are bigger than me.
The village is quiet today. Too quiet.
Okay. This path, right? Nope, never mind. I always mix up the paths. It was this path. It's very difficult. This one's the easiest one by far, and I still don't have it perfect. Oh wait, the boy's already tied up. Wait, whoa. Why are we tying the boy up automatically? You didn't have you should have drawn for it. Why not send this guy with a little poofy? Why is everybody gathered around? You can't kill the boy. You have like several other fully grown people here.
Em must have told the villagers where I hid the lottery bag.
Oh shoot, Am can see everything. I had forgotten about that. Okay.
Halt! They're going to sacrifice the boy unless I think of something quick.
Okay, wait. Ask if I can eat him? No, I'm not going to do that. Threaten him into releasing. Offer. I'll take his place. I can't threaten him. Look, I can't threaten him. He's got all these big guys around him. There's no way. I'll take his place.
The elder seems amazed that I would show compassion to the boy, but I think he's going to go for it.
The boy's mutated. He's got a third arm. See right there at the back.
He's giving me his doll.
Oh, that was nice.
Being spared the pain of being...
Wait, I grew a third arm also.
More than gratitude. Compassion. For me.
All right. I was stuck up there kind of wonky. Okay, that was it. Did I end that with a white background, or was it just light green?
To keep me amused, you show them compassion.
You should know better by now.
Your reward will be more years of serious
I wasn't paying attention.
anguish, Betty. Who among you shall go next?
Okay, I don't know if I did that with a white background or not. I am gonna rewind and see if I ended up with a white background or just a green one. I think I just ended that with light green, so we'll see. I will go ahead and save it as Benny completed. Okay, so I need to figure out what the heck was causing I need to figure out what was causing that issue. That was the main thing there. I'm going to go ahead and quit out of the game. Switch it over to this screen so I can see. Yeah, I think I ended it with just light green. So I may go back and see what I screwed up on so I can do a... so I can have the potential to get the best possible ending. Let me turn that down. Let's turn some music on. So that was a pretty quick one. That was pretty quick and painless for the most part. It's yeah, I probably will go back. I think that's probably when I asked him what I asked him. He was like, "I'll," when he was saying he would put the when he was saying he would shoot me. I think that's where I lost it, as I shouldn't have asked him. I shouldn't have asked him if he was going to shoot or whatever. I shouldn't have asked him that, but other than that, I think it was all right. It was pretty quick and pretty painless for the most part. I think we spent a good portion of this stream talking. I think that whole part right there only took like an hour of it, and then we ended up spending the rest of it talking, which is pretty good. I enjoyed it. This was the shortest one, so next time the talking will be a little bit shorter, and the gameplay will be a little bit longer, but it was a lot of fun either which way, and I enjoyed it. I do want to say thank you to everybody for popping in, saying hi, talking about a bunch of heavily contentious topics with great respect for each other, and I really appreciate that. A huge thank you to Ash, Omega Ace Gaming, Viddy's Gaming Videos, Banjo, The Wizard, and Fighting Max for coming in and talking all about that. Huge recommendation too. Check out the channels below, linked below, and of course Viddy's Gaming Videos and Viddy Plays, Ash's channel currently, until things change, and of course Omega Ace Gaming, as well as Thumbros, who wasn't able to attend today, but that's okay. All of their stuff is down there below where you can take a look at it, see what you think. They're great people, great creators, and great commentators on all things gaming and outside of it, and I highly recommend taking a look at things. Also, my beautiful wife, the Siren Ivy, who goes live most weekdays. Her Twitch link is down below as well. I hope, again, that all of you had a great time. I hope that if you have commentary to make, you take a look at it. Let me know what you think. And weigh in, please do. But I hope that all of you have a wonderful day, wonderful rest of your weekend. We'll see you guys next time.